We still have Andrea in frame. We still have her accelerated Dragon Sicilian on the board. Okay, we're good. So let's recap what happened in the opening. Andrea went for the Sicilian, a very fighting opening. We talked about how this is such a fighting opening on account of black having now 2 pawns in the center, whereas white only having 1. On the other hand, white has some nicely placed pieces in the middle of the board. So in the Sicilian, very often, either black kind of takes over as you go, or white just blows you out of the water. And we're kind of hoping that latter doesn't happen. Knight c6 puts pressure on the central knight together with this amazing dragon bishop on the diagonal. Bishop e3 keeps the knight protected. This is very important to keep in mind, guys, that when you have a well-placed piece in the middle of the board, if your opponent is trying to eliminate that, don't go and trade on your opponent's premises. Instead, you'd rather say, well, okay, you may capture my piece in the middle, but then I will just replace it with another well-placed piece in the middle. And if that happens twice in this instance, in the end, white manages to activate their queen and get really good pressure down towards the rook in the corner. So Andrea is focusing on just getting the pieces out. Instead, she played knight f6. Her opponent, Mr. Heck, which is a hecking unfortunate name. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of puns to play with for that name. I'll try to keep it at a minimum. He played bishop to e2. Andrea castled, the guy castled, and this is the current position in the game. What rating is heck? Heck if I know. That one I just couldn't resist. But a minimum. I'm trying. Puns at a minimum. What team jersey is Andrea wearing? It is not soccer. Which means I have no idea. Chicago Bulls. I believe that's the club of NBA legend Michael Jordan. I know all about the sports. Morning, Coffee Man. How are you doing? Hammer's a football manager now? Yeah, no. That's the one sport I know a little bit about. Calling it a club is how we know you're from the EU. Team? What do you call it then? Team? I mean, that's not just an EU. I mean, I'm also a chess player. I go to the chess club. I don't know. Franchise? Cult? Some good suggestions in chat. These days, you know, these American clubs, they're just a business deal. I guess that's true for a lot of sports these days. Okay, so this is a very important moment in the game because what we're about to see here is the entire reason there exists a difference between 3 kinds of dragons in chess. three kinds of dragons. And Andrea is now going to show if she is the mother of dragons with an understanding of the nuances in her little babies. The first dragon we're going to talk about is the Sicilian dragon. In the Sicilian dragon, what happens is that you move this pawn one step up pretty early on to control an important square in the middle, and then you delay the development of this guy and instead focusing on getting your dragon bishop pointing down the diagonal. This is the Sicilian dragon. Then we have the accelerated dragon, which is moving the knight up. And play progresses very much the same way. Pretty much the same way. The only one of the key differences being that black hasn't yet moved this pawn one step forward like we saw in the dragon. Other than that, the accelerated dragon and the dragon the alert box went off, and for some reason I don't have the alert box sound on stream. And I do not have the technical ability to fix that. Did you guys hear the alert sound? It kind of freaked me out. Okay, alert box sound is on. If someone can sub now, I'll check if the sound is working. It's the only reason. It's the only reason. Good strat. You know, every sub counts. That's what I learned. So the accelerated dragon is a dragon where you delay moving the D pawn.
Clock_of_omens joined the sub club. Hammer Jagakad.
No one saw the actual message though, did you? Okay, so now we got the sound, but we didn't get the message. So let's do one more sub, and then maybe we'll have both. Okay, I do think I'm gonna reduce the sound a little bit though. It kind of freaked me out. Okay, I'm trying to get to a point. She played d5. Yeah. I'm getting to it. So accelerated dragon is when you delay moving this pawn one step forward. And then you have what Andrea plays, which is the hyper accelerated dragon, which is kind of like the accelerated dragon, just much, much worse in that it gives white like three different options on move 3 that are good for white. But other than that, it's pretty much the same as the accelerated dragon. And the point of delaying moving this D pawn one step forward is that you can then move the D pawn 2 steps if the opportunity presents itself, which it did right now, which is why we can celebrate Andrea, the mother of these dragons. She knows the differences, she knows the nuances, and she pushed that pawn 2 steps forward, and compared to a normal dragon, she has saved one move since she did that in 1 instead of 2. You mean she did something right? I mean, I'm as shocked as anyone, but apparently she does know a little bit of her hyper accelerated Sicilian. Did she just leave mid-game? So Venom, what we're watching right now is like it's a what's known as a classical game. And classical games will last an average of 3.5 hours. And there are people in the world with incredible ability to concentrate. And some of them are chess players. But almost none of them can focus for 3.5 straight hours. So in classical chess, it's very normal to walk around while your opponent is thinking, simply to kind of relax and, not get ready for your next decision to be made later on. He's taken the pawn? Yeah, but that's fine. That's fine. We don't mind that. So pawn takes d5. White had to do something about the fact that black's pawn was attacking white's. So what are your options? Either you protect the pawn where it stands, or you move it, or you trade it. And if you move it, well, then you're getting captured by this guy. So that's not going to work. If you try and protect it, well, that would be okay. It seems kind of awkward to me to put this bishop here. Being a lover of the bishop pair, I would then be very tempted to move my knight over and try and capture it. But you could technically protect. But the easiest thing to do when two pawns are opposing each other and trying to step forward is not an option, is simply to trade. And now Andrea has a choice. And I hope she realizes she has a choice. Because 99% of chess players, they would be like, oh, you took my guy, I'm going to take your guy. But sometimes, not even so rarely, honestly, it's kind of an important concept of chess that sometimes you do want to take back what was taken from you, but you can try to find better methods of doing that. In this concrete example, Andrea can recapture white's pawn, but then after the trade, her queen will move out into the middle of the board, allowing white to put pressure against the queen. One of the reasons we say that you should wait to get your queen out until all of your other pieces have developed is because the queen being the most powerful piece, the most valuable piece, it means anytime the queen is attacked, the queen has to move to avoid being captured. This is not true for, say, a knight. So when Andrea pointed her bishop against the knight in the center, the knight didn't have to move because the bishop is just as valuable, if not more valuable, than a knight. So a trade between these two is not something white would like to avoid. And yeah, so we're coming to the point where Andrea could capture this one and get her queen out. And in fact, that is what she did. But what I was kind of hoping she would do is knight to b4, which delays capturing the pawn, allows white to be up a pawn for a move. But the advantage of this move would have been that you don't have to bring your queen out. Instead, your knights are taking care of business, and in addition, putting pressure on this white bishop afterwards. Unfortunately, Andrea didn't even consider that. She took back on d5 instantly. Her opponent has made the trade, which kind of lures the black queen into the game. What the heck? She did not, in fact, capture this. I Instead she captures the other guy in the center. And according to the computer, this is a good move. I'll try not to insult Andrea with my surprise. It's kind of too late though. Um, this seems very tricky. I guess we can capture this guy afterwards. And then that's good. This is very tricky stuff. Did she calculate all of this? I'm starting to think she's in her preparation. I think maybe this is an opening she knows, or she's incredibly confident about her ability to calculate these complicated variations because she played that pretty much without thinking. It's prep? Yeah, I think it might be. Okay, so the trick here is that if queen takes knight immediately, then the bishop can come out and disrupt the queen and get also some really annoying pressure due to the fact that black has so many pieces on that diagonal. By making the trade of knights first, Andrea is very cleverly avoiding this because knight takes knight, the guy takes back with his bishop. Now Andrea brings her queen into the middle, but contrary to that other variation, bishop to f3 is no longer available with the pressure because now the queen can just capture the bishop. Previously, the queen could not capture the bishop because it was a knight that was protected by the bishop. So here, queen takes knight was not going to work because of the bishop protecting. But by making the trade of the knights first, Andrea makes sure that bishop to f3 making these threats no longer available. Very clever play. Very, very clever play from Andrea. The Heck guy has chosen to trade off the bishops. Let's be aware that this has now opened up an attack in the middle between the queens. So once again, that classic you take mine, I take yours is not always the right thing to do. You do need to watch out for other things happening at the same time. King takes bishop would be a Botez gambit. Maybe it's what Alexandra would play in bullet, but it's not what Andrea does in classical. She's aware. She captures the queen. We have a recapture from the rook coming from the corner into the middle of the board, and then Andrea captures the bishop. We have an endgame after just half an hour of game time, and I watched a bit of Banzea and his commentary yesterday, and he was talking about how he encouraged Andrea going into endgames, and that Andrea is actually much better at endgames than she gives herself credit for. Banzea said that it's actually, the problem isn't the endgames themselves, but the fact that Andrea very often is low on time when you get to the endgame. Whereas here, she has plenty of time left because they basically went straight into the endgame from the opening. Well, let's hope that that is true for Andrea as well, Dame. No dance of the night so far in Charlotte, not to my knowledge, Daniel. But rest assured, I will be appropriately upset if it does happen. What's her next move then? Well, so here's a really interesting thing to note about this endgame. And it really has to do with the Sicilian opening that Andrea opted for. Very early on, I spoke about how the Sicilian is really like a strategic opening. That if white is unable to checkmate you immediately, black will benefit from having an extra pawn in the middle of the board. And that's what's happening right now. Andrea has a pawn in the middle. Well, she kind of has two pawns in the middle adjacent. And white only has one. So what we say is that black has a pawn majority in the center. Moves made. Bishop f3. So this bishop points down towards the pawn on b7, making the argument that now Andrea cannot move her bishop without losing the pawn. And Andrea says, you're wrong. Andrea pretty much instantly plays bishop to e6, abandoning the pawn on b7, because if this pawn is captured, the rook will come in, attack the bishop, force the bishop back, after which the rook actually comes in and starts creating all sorts of trouble for the white pawns on the queen side. So white's hypothesis that pointing the bishop down towards the b7 pawn will prevent you from getting your bishop into the game, that was just wrong. And Andrea her pace is quite intimidating. If I were her opponent, I would feel like, wow, she really knows what she's doing, and she's confident about what the next steps to her plan is going to be. How's Andrea doing? Well, I mean, right now I'm thinking either she's going to win a beautiful game or it's going to become quite a dull, boring draw. I think that's pretty much the only things that could happen right now. She's played the opening wonderfully, even though she had the black pieces. Right now, she's already closer to a win than her opponent. And her opponent is going to have to be very accurate in this next stage, simply not to get into time pressure or get into trouble with Andrea having a very clear idea of her plans moving forward. So far, we've had 40 minutes of game time. Leaves. How much time does she have? She starts out with 1.5 hours, and she's currently on 125. So she spent 5 minutes of her time so far, which is ridiculous, with the game only having lasted for more than half an hour. Can you explain why c2 passer wouldn't be dangerous? Okay, so I have been talking about black having a pawn majority, but if one player has a majority on in one area of the board without being up a pawn, it does mean that the opponent also has a majority. And here white has this 3 versus 2 situation on the side of the board. And you're absolutely right that if white could get these pawns moving forward, they would be very, very dangerous on account of these pawns being on the far side. What do I mean when I say the far side? It means that they're on the opposite side of the kings. A king is one of the best pieces to stop a pawn advancing forward. So the likelihood of you getting a new queen increases the further away from the opponent's king that you are. That being said, I just don't see how these 3 are going to be able to challenge Andrea's 2 anytime soon. And in general, in chess, it's more important to control the middle of the board, because then you can kind of go in both directions and you can choose, I want to go to this flank, I want to go to this flank. A3. So A3 has been played, and now Andrea should utilize an open file for her rook, and she should point it down towards the pawn on C2. I think absolutely for sure this is the move she's going to make. She'll put pressure on this pawn. Heck will... Oh, she already did it. And notice once again the pace with which Andrea is playing right now. It's very indicative of her confidence levels. And now after pawn to C3, Andrea will go pawn to B6. And this is a classic way of organizing your pawns. You put them on the dark squares when your opponent has a light squared bishop, so that your opponent's bishop cannot attack your pawns while they're still protecting each other. Dena's intrigued. Dena's proud. Dena's looking over, checking in on Andrea's pace, and she's like, wow, Andrea, that one big weakness you had of spending too much time, looks like you're over it. Dena next to Andrea. Yeah, this is the streamer section of the playing hall. What's the opponent's elo? There's so many people asking this, and I didn't actually check. I mean, I checked his age, so I definitely had his rating profile up at some point. Nathan Heck, born 2001. Can you imagine someone born in the 2000s is actually a grown-up? Oh, either something is wrong with the world or I'm getting old. He has 1580 FIDE rating. But a lot of these Americans never play FIDE rated games. I don't even know if this is a FIDE rated game. We need to go to the USCF ratings for a more accurate. Nathan Heck, USCF, US, United States. Oh man, can someone just do the research for me? uschess.org. Ah, here we are. He's 1830. 1830. Ah, Nades with the research. Why does US have its own measure for everything? The US is not the only country to have its own national rating, But what the US is one of the only ones doing is that they're one of the few countries that has their own national system, but then down prioritizes the international one. In Norway, for a very long time, we had both the national system and the international system kind of coexisting, with pretty much every tournament being rated internationally as well as nationally. And then we kind of said, well, this international system is working really well. We're just going to shut down the national one and only do feeder ratings, which is where we're at right now. And the US has not done that. In fact, internationally rated tournaments in the US are quite rare, as I gather. And that's why, for instance, this Nathan guy, his international rating is much, much lower, simply because he hasn't played that very much as he has become a stronger chess player. You're going to Norway in May? That's awesome, Cyberhawk. What should I see? I mean, how many days and where are you going? I mean, the best thing about Norway is the Lofoten Islands in summer. But that's going to take a couple of days, and it's quite far away from the main cities. But I will say this. Norway in May is like the perfect time for Norway. Not too hot, not too cold. Blossoming spring. Fantastic. My favorite time of year. But to be fair, I also have... People don't agree with me with what an acceptable temperature is. So what I consider hot, others consider... yeah, standard. Okay, Rook D2 has been played. Rook D2 protects the pawn that Andrea attacked. And it also prepares getting two rooks working together, pointing down this open file. But I don't think Andrea needs to pay any attention to that. And the reason is, even though White were to get these two rooks working together, where are they going to go? So Andrea's controlling this square with both her rooks. She's controlling this square with her bishop, this one with her pawn, this one with her bishop. Like, these rooks are pretending to do something here, but they don't really actually have the ability to move forward on that open file. So I think Andrea can just ignore that, and then she instead can try to do a double rook thing of her own. Too hot in Norway? I'll tell you what I think is too hot, and then you guys can just, I don't know, hurl insults at me or whatever it is maybe it's because you're overheating that you have this, negative attitude to begin with. Because people get upset when I say it's too warm, too cold, too warm. I think 27 degrees. Well, and also I must say, the Americans are just not going to understand anything. So fair warning. I would say 27 degrees. That's where it's either too warm or too hot. Under 27, fantastic. Okay, maybe like under 26, but thereabouts. But over 27, I struggle. The heat just gets to me. 25 is the official hot weather in Finland. Yeah, that makes sense. I agree with the Finns. (17 to 22) is the perfect temperature. You're my kind of guy, Tactrix. 25 is pretty warm. That's what I'm saying. Wow, I've never seen a chat be this much in line with my thinking. I feel like I've seen so many people being like, oh no, it's not nice until it's like 30, which is rough. I've been trying to do so. I've come to realize this winter. So Oslo, the past couple of weeks, we've had a bit of like -24.
Smite_a_moose joined the sub club.
Which is fine, you know. You just have to dress the part. But I have been trying to do some research on whether there's a place in the world that's like 20 degrees all year round. Could you imagine such a paradise? And apparently there's this place in Colombia that never gets too hot, according to my internet research. But apparently what they think is not too hot in Colombia is like 28, 29. So it was still rough on me. But if you guys find any place in the world with 20 degrees all year round, I'm going there. She moved? Ooh, she did move. I don't like her move though. Portugal is pretty good. Okay, I'll look into that, Skyhorse. I was in Madrid. I realized that's not Portugal, but I was in Madrid the summer before last, and it was 42 degrees. It is the worst thing I have ever experienced. Namibia is almost 20 degrees all the time because it's close to the ocean. Man, maybe I'm moving to Namibia. How's the internet? Okay, Andrea went bishop to f5. And that's just a bad move, unfortunately. And the reason it's just a bad move is that we already had pressure against this pawn. So forcing this pawn to go one step forward isn't really accomplishing anything for us, because that pawn was gonna have to go one step forward at some point anyway because of the pressure we had from our rook. So bishop to f5 really just provokes white into playing a move that white had to play at some point anyway. And nor does it address the kind of at some point concern of this bishop pointing down against the b7 pawn. So now after c3, bishop takes pawn will actually become a threat, because what we relied on earlier with that bishop takes pawn is not going to work, because then the rook comes, attacks the bishop moves, and then we capture the white pawn. Well, by moving this pawn forward, white has actually managed to get protection for the other pawn as well. So by forcing white to move this pawn forward, suddenly every single one of white's pawns are defended, and that's not good for us. So bishop f5 just, it doesn't even do nothing, because it's provoking the opponent into playing a move they wanted to play anyway. And pawn to c3 is on the board, and Andrea plays the move that she should have played on the previous one. She goes b6 and moves the pawn away from the threat of the bishop, but she should have done that here instead, because here one of the best moves for white would be to play c3 so that you don't have to be concerned about the black rook's pressure up the open file. Okay, so this is our current position. Oh my god, I'm creating so many. I'm doing this in an analysis board, and I'm creating so many sub variations. I'm currently promoting like crazy. Is this Grandmaster Cry on board 6? Yes, it is. Good eye. I recognize that head anywhere. What the heck versus Andrea? Yeah. I already did all the heck jokes. I'm trying to limit it to a minimum. He played rook to e1. So the rook comes here and attacks one of Andrea's pawns. And now the computer says Andrea's best move is to go bishop e6. And that is once again an illustration of how she wasted time moving this bishop up in the first place. Andrea tries to move her king forward instead. That makes a lot of sense to me. I don't understand why the computer would think moving the bishop back is better. Here, Andrea is trying to activate her king in the endgame, while the king also protects the pawn. So good move by Andrea. And now the question becomes, what is white's plan gonna be? And I feel like Andrea is gonna win this game simply because I don't trust the heck this guy is gonna do. The plan Mr. Heck is opting for, I just don't see him finding a good plan which will allow Andrea to gradually improve her position for the win. I'm quite optimistic at this stage, not at least because of Andrea's pace. Yeah, she made a mistake with this bishop moves to f5, but she made it with some confidence and some pace. Sometimes that's just as important as playing good moves. I feel kind of sad to say it, but sometimes you just do something with a winning smile on your face and you're gonna have success. The overthinkers experience a lot of time trouble losses, is what I will say on this. And I have, trust me, plenty of experience with painful time losses that I'm basing this on. Is it true that she lost to children? I mean, it would be more of a sensation if she didn't lose to children. In fact, I played the Norwegian Blitz and Rapid Championship this weekend, and the only people I lost to were under 20. Coincidence? I think not. We gotta change the framing of this problem within chess. We need to ban the children from competing against adults because it's not fair. Everyone loses to children. If we beat one, that should be the sensation. Don't beat kids. Why ban them? They need some free wins. I mean, they can play with each other. That's why we have play dates. So that we don't have to get involved and get our, egos bruised. Especially for people as old as you. I mean, I don't want to lose to an 8-year-old. B-dubs. The advantage of Connect 4 is that it's a solved game. So the only thing you need to fix is memorize all the solutions and then somehow trick your nephew into picking the wrong start. If a 12-year-old is just beginning to be interested in chess, how do you recommend they start learning? I think in general, the people. Well, so I'm from a Norwegian school of thought, which is not illogical. I am Norwegian after all, and in Norway we have this philosophy, way of life, that you do whatever you like to do. So, for in your example, a 12-year-old getting interested in chess, if they like to play blitz, they should play blitz. If they like to play bullet, they should play bullet. If they like to solve puzzles, they should solve puzzles. Doesn't need to be more complicated than that. And then if they want to, step into a competitive world, then maybe you start optimizing. But as long as you're having fun with the game, that's honestly one of the best ways to improve as well. And what if they like to beat old people? Well, I mean, but I would just prevent them from being allowed to participate with the oldies. So that's fine. Pawn to h3 has been played. Andrea thinking about her next move. I would be surprised if she does anything other than move her rook into the middle of the board. Right now, Andrea's bishop is here pointing into the void. This is the kind of bishop that looks good, but actually isn't, because it can't really attack anything. But we're going to be reasonably happy with how this bishop is placed. The king is very close to the center of the board, but we cannot progress further into the middle without getting in some danger with these rooks. This rook is happy pointing down on the c file. So really the only piece Andrea needs to improve right now is this guy. This guy is pointing into a pawn, not really doing anything there. Pointing into the corner, not doing anything there. This rook is bad. And it also has a very easy way to improve. Moving on to an open file. An open file is a file without pawns. So rooks really like the open files because the pawns do tend to get in the way of rooks. And that's the move Andrea should do. Slayton, I can't really give you a tip without really knowing your level. But I will say one thing. blitz games online and puzzles. What these two things have in common is that as you progress and become better, the way of training self-corrects in that when you get better at puzzles, you start getting
joined the sub club.
more difficult puzzles. And when you start winning at Internet Blitz, you get better opponents. So my go-to recommendation is just, you know, play some Blitz and solve some puzzles. And you can do that at any level because those two tasks adjust to the level you're at. Wojtek, thank you for the Prime. Did we get an alert? I'm not getting the alerts on my headphones, but I do think they're coming out to you guys, right? Thank you. What about learning openings and theory? So I actually talked to a friend of mine, her this weekend. Her son is becoming really, really interested in chess, and she was telling me about how he was training. And well, she's on the national women's team, so she's quite a strong player herself, and she just sighed in frustration about her 8-year-old son really loving Chessable and memorizing openings. And she was kind of like, it's not optimal, but he likes it, and I'm not going to stop him from doing what he likes, which I think is a good philosophy. I will say this. There are some people in the world of chess who believe that chess openings is, you know, a bad thing, and you shouldn't work on chess openings until you're like 2200 or 2400 or 2600. And my school of thought, my opinion, is that openings can definitely improve your results, but it doesn't necessarily make you a better chess player. So my recommendation for openings is I wouldn't put a lot of work into it until you plateau. So as long as you're progressing, doing your tactics, doing, you know, so learning some end games, doing like getting your basics in order, and as long as you're making progress doing those things, you should just continue doing that. And then at some point, you're going to reach a level where you're unable to take the next step and you're frustrated and you take a break from chess because you're frustrated. And that's your first plateau. And that's when I recommend looking at openings, because openings will 100% improve your results. It is the easiest way to get some easy wins or points in a lot of circumstances. But it's not necessarily going to make you a better player. It will just make you feel like a better player. And sometimes that's precisely what it takes to get away from your plateau, to get away from that frustration, and reach the next level. So that's my philosophy when it comes to openings. Save them, save the progress you're gonna have from working on your openings until you're kind of upset at your lack of progress. What's your rating? My rating is 2600, about. Between 2600 and 2650. right now on the lower bit of that scale. There's a guy in chat who said, this guy sounds like he would be a good coach. And I really, like, in theory, I agree with you. But then I look at my attempts at being a coach, and it's like, not really, haven't really succeeded. Blame the student? I do. What went wrong? They kept giving away their queen. Thank you, Nietzsche's. Even Nick Saban had some down years. But here's the problem, Crazy Coffee Man. I've never had a success. Okay, that's not entirely true. I had Benji. Benji is my only success story. But other than that, I've attempted the Norwegian Pog Champs. I've tried Alexandra. I've tried Andrea. Dena's asking me if I want to work with her, and I'm like, you sure? I lost a lot of confidence in my coaching. We believe in you. Thank you, Gobo. Okay. Andrea started thinking, I don't know if that's a bad sign. We were really liking her pace and confidence in this early stages. But she does play rook d8. That is the move I wanted her to play. It was the worst placed piece black had on the board, and we put it on an open file pointing down at white's rook. And here's an interesting question for you guys. What happens if white captures this rook, Andrea takes control of the open file, but then white invites another trade? Can we win this position? And the answer is maybe. So in such a position, the advantage Andrea has of having her king already in the middle of the board while white's king is all the way down in the corner, that's a serious advantage for black, having the king be this involved. Is it enough to win the game? I don't know, but it feels kind of close. And I would be super scared if I'm white to go into something like this, because then I know, well, there's absolutely no chance white is going to win this. And I'm just sitting there hoping, praying that my opponent is somehow going to gonna waste the advantage, and the game will become a draw. So this kind of thing could happen, but instead, Mr. Heck chooses to go. So he kind of accepts the trade, but he says, "I'd rather do the trade on my way. I want it my way." In my head, that actually sounded okay. I don't know how you guys are feeling about it. So Andrea's still gonna make the trade though, and White recaptures. And what has happened now with these trades is that Andrea got rid of a rook that wasn't doing anything, while White lost the rook that was pointing down through the e file. And as a consequence of that, or one of the consequences, is that Andrea now has the option of moving her king forward in the middle, which is an option she didn't have at this stage. So by trading off one of the rooks, it has increased the ability of Black's king to kind of cross over. This king, not as in, dying, but rather crossing over this middle lane, because if this king could get over to these pawns and start gobbling them up, then Andrea would win the game. So Andrea kind of wants to go over here while the white king is stuck on the opposite flank. But now Andrea needs to find a new plan. So this is an important moment for her. She needs to figure out how to improve her position. The move I would like to see is this move, pawn to h5. I like this move for two reasons. One of the reasons is that if it was White's move right now, say we go pawn to h6, I'm concerned that the trade between the bishops, even though White gets two pawns on the same file, I feel like this would be beneficial for White, because now Andrea no longer has that bishop controlling the d7 square, which will enable White to have some threats of invading with the rook. So pawn to h5 is good because it stops a potential trade between the bishops. But it's also good simply because at this stage, Andrea's gonna wanna move her pawns as much forward as you can. Simply kind of getting in your opponent's face, saying, this is my part of the board, I'm gonna push you back. What are the chances Andrea wins and draws? I would say, well, I was a bit more optimistic half an hour ago because Andrea was playing really quickly and confidently. Right now, she's been spending a lot of time without really making too much progress. So earlier, I would say maybe it was like a 50-50 whether Andrea would win or whether it would be a draw. Now I would say it's more like a 20-25% chance Andrea winning. And the chance of Andrea losing is very, very low because of her king being so much more active than her opponent. It's quite clear that Andrea is the one pushing for something in this game. Now you've jinxed it. I was asked for my opinion and I provided it. If that's not what I'm hired to do, I don't know what I'm doing here. Is this Jesse Cray in the back? Did Jesse get famous or something? I remember Jesse like 18 years ago. He was like running like crazy in these French villages. He was an eccentric back then, I assure you. Still is, of course. But now the difference being that people are saying, is that Jesse Cray in the back? And the answer is yes. Yes, it is. Okay, Andrea moved. Andrea played pawn to e5. So she's trying to move her pawns up the board. And she's trying to take advantage of the fact that she has a pawn in the middle, whereas white does not. And now, to me, the big question now is, can white try to trade off these two bishops? And if the bishops are traded, now Andrea needs to be careful about the white rook potentially gaining access into black's half of the board and making threats along this 7th rank. So as long as the opponent doesn't go bishop to g4, I think we can be happy that Andrea has found a plan. She's found a good plan to try and advance her pawns, which is what we were hoping. And then her time management, the last half hour has not been good. But I'm gonna, on my second monitor, I'm just gonna do the standard trick of leading in like crazy. And I have identified that Andrea has an hour and 4 minutes, and her opponent has an hour blank. So I'm feeling good about this. She's up on time. She has a better position. And boy, look at this move. Pawn to g4. White is voluntarily putting yet another pawn on a light square. And we encourage this wholeheartedly because the pawns on the light squares are on the same color as black's bishop, which means that some point in the future, we're going to hope to kind of attack these pawns from in behind and simply capture them that way. Very often, like you can see here on the queen side, you see both players have put their pawns on the dark squares because both players want to avoid these pawns to be captured by the opponent's bishop. So here, white makes a very committal decision, putting the pawns on the light squares, and that's going to increase Andrea's advantage here. And if white is not careful right now, Andrea can also try to move her king up So right now, white really needs to move the king forward so that if Andrea tries to get to this f4 square, the white king is able to block that. So I think king to g2 is pretty much the only move here for white to justify the decision of being so aggressive with the pawn on the latest move. I'm back to this being a 50-50 whether Andrea wins or whether it's going to be a draw. I don't think there's any scenario in which... Actually, we should always leave room for... So I think it's very, very unlikely that Andrea loses this. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but let's just leave some room for the possibility of, you know... I'm sure there's a chance of, I don't know, something bad happening at any point, even though the probability is extremely remote. What the heck is his rating? Hex rating is 1834. We did the research. Like an earthquake? I was going to say earthquake, but we don't really have those in Norway. But Andrea is living on the San Antonio, what's it called? Vault? So I guess it makes sense as an example. Fault. You know, in Dutch, whenever a word starts with a V, it's pronounced with an F. That's going to be my excuse. I don't know how that helps me though, because that means I should pronounce it with an F regardless. Andrea, no, her opponent made a move. But yeah, he played King G2. So at least he's making a bit of a weird move, but he's following it up in the right way. I don't know if that made sense. In German as well? Yeah, I guess that's true. I just remember I played a tournament in the Netherlands when I was a kid, in this place, Vliesingen. And as a kid, I did not have a lot of sympathy for someone writing a V and saying an F. That just... trying to explain to a kid silent letters, like, I don't understand how you guys are getting away with that. At some point, you should just have a kid in some kind of language committee, and they're going to be like, oh, you pronounce it like that, but you have this letter. Maybe we just take that letter away. The things adults put up with just because it's the way it's always been. And that's a very good segue for me to talk about draws in chess. But I'm going to try to resist it this once. No, tell us. You can watch my Twitter feed. My Twitter feed the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, have basically just been me raging at people not reacting to things not being the way I think they should be. Which sounds really egotistical when I say it like that, but you have to keep in mind that I'm always right. What's Andrea's rank at the moment? I saw her Instagram celebrated. She went above 2,000 rating for the first time. Since then, she faced a couple of kids. So I'm guessing there's been some bad news in the meantime. Are kids winning because they play in a way that adults are not used to? No, kids are winning because they're good. And kids are winning because they become better at a faster rate than adults because they have all this spare time and just play chess nonstop. Really, Ulan? That's kind of funny. Because their rating isn't keeping up with their true improvement. Well, if you have to be the adult in the room, okay, EP. Yes, that's pretty much what I said, just, better explained. And you don't have time? Well, my lack of improvement is a chapter all on its own. But Andrea doesn't have time, which is the key in this specific example. Darn no-lifers, these kids. Yeah, that's the problem. Kids need more homework and schoolwork so that they have less time to play chess. That's honestly best plan anyone's come up with so far. Hammer, have you ever lost to a kid? I mean, like in the last 24 hours? No. In the last 28 hours? Yeah. I played the Norwegian Rapid Championship yesterday. There were kids there. They had not been given weekend homework. I can only blame their teachers. Who won it? A kid. One of the kids I lost to won it. Obviously. Is it kind of embarrassing or is it just a part of chess? I mean, I would say there's like an age limit where it becomes embarrassing. So I would say like 14. Like if I lose to someone under 14 years of age, that is just, yeah. And then at 15, those kids are already so strong. And I forgive myself. Hammer's so happy for the kid to have won. No hard feelings whatsoever. I mean, I was fine with it when I was the kid. And then, things happened. Are great chess players just really good at memorization? No. No. They're if chess was that easy or that one dimensional, a lot more players would be good. And right now we have this one guy who no one is close to. And that in itself kind of proves that there's some X factors in chess. When one guy, and everyone can kind of see what this one guy is doing, but they can't replicate it. Is it Hikaru? Is it Hans? Are you guys joking or being intentionally dense to set me off? Wait, it's not you? Well, I mean, this guy's the same age as me, born in the same country as me, went to the same high school as me. I mean, he's basically me, just, a little bit better at everything. Which is honestly depressingly close to the truth. The only thing I've ever beaten Magnus at is Crazy Eights, beach volleyball, and chess. No, he's much better than me at tennis. He refused to play with me because I was so bad, which is just not true. But he wanted to play some other guy at the training camp. Is he taller? I mean, he wasn't when we were kids. And then he had like a growth spurt out of nowhere. And now he legitimately is taller than me, yes. But I feel like I have like 3 centimeters that's just from, my back being so crooked. But my back is crooked because I played chess. And God knows Magnus Carlsen played a little bit of chess himself. He's only 5'10". No, Magnus is like 5'11", and I'm 5'10". I really think he's like a centimeter taller. Get platform shoes? Yeah, I saw that video. Yeah. Old people are not supposed to understand young people fashion. That is what I will say on the topic. Magnus isn't as funny as Hammer, but he's pretty funny though. I will agree that a lot of his jokes, Magnus's philosophy when it comes to jokes and being funny, he says that, well, if I don't laugh at my own jokes, how am I gonna expect anyone else is gonna laugh at them? which, you know, is kind of cringy, but also kind of true. Is he as good of a commentator, though? No, he is not, Luke. But that is very difficult to quantify. Have you tried playing chess while drunk? No. But let's just say Russians are very good at chess. And we'll leave it there. I'm not sure it makes you a worse chess player, is all I'm going to say. Andrea plays pawn to h6, which is a good move. Good move from Andrea. So I think what she wants to do is, well, so pretty much, you know how we talked about how white and black put all of their pawns on the dark squares on the queen side because both players have bishops on light squares. So you want to put your pawns so that your opponent cannot attack them with their bishop. And now Andrea is doing the same thing on the opposite flank. She's moving her pawn from a light square to a dark square. And then white is going to move his pawn from a dark square, no, from a light square to a dark square. And then Andrea is going to do the same thing, from a light square to a dark square. And we're going to reach this position where white's pawn on g4 has been blocked. It's unable to move forward, which means it's going to be stuck on a light square for the rest of this game. And then at some point in, maybe 20 moves, maybe 25 moves, maybe even 40 moves, we're going to hope that something happens over here, that the black king runs over, and then the white king has to run over, and then the bishop somehow moves, and then our bishop can come in to capture this pawn. So part one of our plan is creating this long-term weakness that the white pawn cannot get off the light square, which means it's going to need constant protection from the bishop. And then the next step of Andrea's plan is going to be making something happen, preferably the king moving over here, so that the white defensive pieces that are right now keeping this pawn protected will have to divert away from that. You need to create a second flank, is what I'm trying to say. And while it didn't work for Hitler, it could work for Andrea. I think it's okay. I think people understand the analogy. Why is everyone wearing black today? I don't know. Why does the US, who famously hates giving people time off work, how does people suddenly have all this time on a Monday? That's what I want to know. Way more important than the black clothing question. Martin Luther King Day. It's honestly incredible. Update the board? Did something happen? Ooh, bishop to e2. People have to work? I don't know. People have to rest too. Play chess tournaments. If you're American and right now don't know how much paid time off Europeans get, I strongly recommend you don't find out and live blissfully ignorant. G5 has not been played. Oh, yeah. I made some presumptions. Sorry. I assumed H4 was going to come, and it did not. And what that usually means is that they played a bad move instead. Because the moves I suggest are always the best of moves. However, apparently Stockfish says bishop back was the best move. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that information. That makes no sense to me. You're better than Stockfish? I'm not sure that's the case. But I don't think Mr. Heck is better than me. So something, just the universe is misaligned right now. And my first instinct here is I kind of want to go pawn to e4 because then we're trying to create a path for the king to move up. But then if white is super clever, he can go pawn to f4. And this pawn actually prevents the king from moving up. I don't know if he's that clever though. I guess we're going to find out. How's our time situation? Andrea's playing confidently again. We love to see a confident queen. Or in this case, a queen without her queen. It's better, chat. It's better. It means she cannot blunder it. So, king moving back. This is nice because now next move, she's going to go f5. And she's going to get these pawns moving up the center of the board. Great move from Andrea, and I really like that she played it so quickly. It speaks to her state of mind, specifically confidence. If Andrea can get this pawn up to this f4 square, we're going to be very, very happy. Why are the players playing on the same board every round? Well, it's not that players. It's Dena and Andrea. And what they have in common is not chess skill, but rather chess audience. They're both streamers, and so this is the streamers' corner of the tournament hall. So they always sit here where they have this setup for the camera. That's so mean. That it's factual. Dena's a grandmaster. Did I need to include the info? Maybe not. But it's not mean. Facts hurt. I guess they do nowadays. Pretty cool the tournaments are so accommodating to streamers. Yeah, I spoke to Dena recently, and she was like specifically saying that she tries to never miss out on any tournaments in Charlotte because they are so accommodating. And I mean, I don't know if it is the case, but Andrea and Alexandra is there doing, a meetup and doing like some promotional stuff. And I like to think that the tournament is going to get more visitors because people want to meet the Botez sisters, which is how the world should work. And that makes it a good thing for the tournament to have these high profile streamers at their event. And Anna Kamling is another streamer who's doing this. It's very popular at the moment. Streaming your IRL tournaments, and people are watching it. These games go on for 4 hours, and people are watching it. So I think it's great. It's promoting not only the internet chess, but also the like very social part of being at tournaments, meeting up with your friends, and competing in these massive tests of concentration. Playing in real life games for several hours, the difference compared to internet chess is just unbelievable. ECU Europe does not allow it? Is that real? That's unfortunate. Chess is a very conservative community. It's, yeah. ECU is the European Chess Union. I'm guessing that I know that Pia Kamling played the European Championship, which is under ECU's domain. So maybe Anna was not allowed to have a camera on her mother's games. People love to say classical is over, but I really enjoy watching longer games with commentary, says Celosia. Yeah, no, it's the reception it's getting from like these streamers, let's be honest, they're kind of cynical. They know how many people are watching. Let's put it like that. And the fact that people are watching the long classical events means that we get more of it. Very much an adaptive supply and demand kind of thing. But I love that everyone else loves this kind of content because it means we get more of it. He moved G2, G3. Okay, thank you. As you guys can tell, paying attention to the chess is not my forte. Why is your name Hammer? Because there was a farm called Hammer near Hamar. I do kind of like hammers too, though. But that's not why I have the name. But there's something about the grip of a hammer and the kind of the aggression you can release. That's kind of nice. Axe or Warhammer? I mean, I just have the tool. It's not like, I don't know, dude, if you're expecting me to have like a collection of hammers at home. But I just have a toolkit. Everyday classic toolkit. Do you have a tool belt? I mean, I'd rather not say. But if I did, would you buy pictures of me with my tool belt? Is that kind of where we're going with this questioning? No? Huh? My mind is the only one that went there? Like the rugged guy in a tool belt? My bad. My bad. See, Icon knows what's up. Is that the only thing you're wearing? Question mark. My mind is not the only one in the gutter. Please stop. Well, stop the guy asking me whether I have a tool belt. How am I supposed to interpret that? If that does not say ooga ooga, I don't know what does. The mental imagery, it burns. Ooga ooga, I love it. It's a reference to Kirsten Bell, but I don't remember in what movie or whether it was an interview where she said it. But yeah, Kirsten Bell. Maybe we can Google it. There was some point she said ooga ooga. I just stole the line off her. Oh, really, Linov? That's not really the association I wanted to make. Pawn to h5? I don't like that. Pawn to h5 is one of the computer's top choices, but I think it's kind of bad. Like, pawn here, the opponent can just capture it. There's a bishop here. I don't like that. This seems very weird. I mean, apparently the computer says this is very clever, but that's not a human way. And then the bishop is attacked and you get the other pawn after. But even then, you've just traded a bunch of pawns. You traded off the pawns white had on the light squares, which were the pawns we were trying to win long term. So I don't like that. No, I think... yeah, no, this king move is pretty good because now white is preparing to go pawn to f4 to make some trades. And if Andrea tries to go f5, trying to push these pawns up the board, what's going to happen is that there's a trade of the pawns, and now pawn to f4 is a very good move for white. Simply blocking the black pawn's ability to move forward. And what do we have now? Well, now it's black's pawn that's stuck on a light square, which is what we were kind of trying to avoid. We were trying to put the pawns on the dark squares. That being said, here at least, Andrea would have a passed pawn, a pawn that would not be disrupted by an opponent's pawn on its way forward, becoming a new queen. So I feel like this is what Andrea should go for. Just try to advance the pawns in the center and hope that this guy can become the hero long term. Alternately, Andrea could also go g5, which prevents this pawn to f4. That seems also okay. But then the problem is you're going to struggle advancing your pawns as easily. Because now anytime you go pawn to f5 in the future, you don't get to move further forward because that one is always going to get traded off. How loud is it normally in these big rooms? Like normally there's a lot of like ambient sound, but in terms of like you will hear people cough. A lot of coughing in chess venues, which now that I think about it, and also in the context of 2022 and 2021, no, 2020 and 2021, probably not such a good thing. Chess events are, well, now that we know the terminology from COVID, chess events are pretty much always super spreading events. I've never been to a World Youth Chess Championship without at least a bunch of people getting sick. No one wipes down the chess pieces. I mean, they did during COVID. But normally, yeah, you wouldn't do that. Alex said passing gas is a legitimate strat. Which Alex? The commentator? Oh, okay. I mean, it did sound like kind of a Botez thing to say. I I I felt a verification was necessary. Okay, what's the current situation? King G3 on the board. I'm gonna do one of these deep dives into my second monitor. Oh god. Uh Andrea at some point was up by like 30 minutes, I think. And now she's at 33 minutes with her opponent at like 48. The problem with chess is no matter how few pieces there are on the board, there's always going to be a reason for you to spend all your time. There's always going to be something to think about that you justify to yourself that no, I do have to spend a lot of time here because what if an alien pops up and takes my queen away? Oh, she made a move. Okay. So white was very clearly trying to go pawn to f4. And Andrea stops this with pawn to g5. So I am glad she's preventing her opponent's plan. But on the other hand, so what this pawn to g5 move does is that it's kind of the completion of black's plan. Whereas if Andrea had played pawn to f5, then she would have had a couple of easy moves thereafter. Like she would have taken back with the pawn so that she had these two pawns working together. If white didn't do anything to stop it, she would push pawn to f4. And if white did try to stop it, she would push pawn to e4 and have that pawn protected by another pawn and having a clear path forward to become a new queen. So this would be a much easier position to know where to go next. Whereas Andrea's choice, even though it is... Well, actually, the more we've talked about it, the more I would have liked to seen this pawn push. But pawn to g5 makes a lot of sense. Like, it's a very logical move based on what we've been talking about, putting your pawns on the dark squares, making sure that this white pawn has nowhere to go, cannot move forward, is stuck on a light square. We're hoping to like get our bishop in behind and capturing these white pawns at some point in the future. While all of that is true, it also means that Andrea's plan for the next move is not obvious. Because now she did her pawns on dark square strategy. She's done with that. Now she needs to find a new plan. And based on her time usage, we would prefer if she already had a plan in mind. F6 no? Yeah, okay. So she can play one quick move. Isn't this just a draw? I mean, it's definitely not just a draw. I do think I would have decent chances to beat chat in this position. but it's equal. Rook d8 would be a draw. Once again, not entirely sure if I would be that. I mean, it's very likely to be a draw, but I still think I would have chances to beat chat. But yeah, you do bring up a decent point that Andrea is probably going to want to keep the rooks on the board. The fewer pieces left, the easier White's defensive task is going to be. So what Andrea would hope to have happen is that this rook gets to something like the b1 or the e1 squares, where it would be kind of annoying for the white pieces and kind of infiltrated in behind the white camp. Now, in order to do that, she's going to need some help. But luckily, her opponent is likely to help her out. Because I think white will probably play pawn to h4 at some moment, thinking that, well, this pawn is on a light square, I should try to move it to a dark square. And then Andrea is going to be like, oh, I'm going to open up against your king. And he's going to be like, I'll just make this trade. And then Andrea will get an opening along the edge for her to bring her rook
Baby 3
in
joined
behind.
the sub club. Hi Hammer.
Of course, it's going to take some time, but this feels like a very natural way of the game progressing, where Andrea could get her rook involved in the way she would like. That being said, her opponent has gone bishop to d1. And I have no idea what this guy is doing. I'm not even close to understanding the point. Okay, so he wants to go bishop to c2. Yeah, okay. So he wants to put the bishop on this diagonal. But if you go bishop to d3, then you end up in trouble, because then the black rook will point down towards the bishop, point down towards the rook. And the bishop cannot move without losing the rook, and the rook cannot move away without losing the bishop. So he wanted to get this move, but he couldn't do it immediately. So he moves back and then forward. Fair enough. And now the question becomes, what is Andrea's next course of action? And this is why I didn't like this pawn to g5 move, because it becomes very difficult to find the next plan. And as long as the plan is not obvious, Andrea is going to burn so much time. And right now, I am concerned that time is going to be an issue for her. Despite the fact that we ended up in this endgame when Andrea had basically all her time left. She played instantly until move like 17. She was super well prepared. But ever since then, she's been spending too much time. Okay, rook c6. So Andrea's potentially going for the trade of rooks. What other point could there be? Sometimes you just gotta shuffle. Sometimes a good strategy in a position like this, where black is a little bit better, but it's not obvious how you're going to win. The best thing is to utilize ghosts to your advantage. So right now, white is wondering, oh, is she intending rook to d6? Is a trade of rooks bad for me? And then he's going to spend quite some time thinking about whether that's a
Boston
problem
Buckeye
or not.
11 joined the
And maybe
sub-club.
he'll even move his bishop out to attack the rook and say, ooh, I want to trade. But then you can just move the rook back and you can say, well, I was just trying to make you think about whether I wanted to trade rooks. And I decided I didn't want to do that. And now I can try some other plan. Now I'm pretending to go pawn to h5. Are you scared of that? Are you scared of my rook coming in here? Maybe you'll play h4. Then the computer says I play h5 with a big advantage. You know, this kind of thing could happen. And you kind of just, you run around with your rook, trying a couple of different plans, keeping your opponent slightly scared about the different plans without committing to them. And so you're like, maybe I'll go here, maybe I'll trade the rooks here, maybe I'll push these pawns. And the opponent is always going to be thinking, oh, do I have a plan against that? Do I have a plan against that? And so on. Andrea almost has that E passer. Well, actually, she could have gotten this one in a better position earlier and chose not to do it, which I have actually kind of criticized. But right now, we're just happy as long as Andrea's clock is not ticking. We're reasonably happy. How are you feeling, chat? You think Andrea's going to win this, or are we just thinking it's going to be a draw? Not a lot of optimism in chat. The dude actually goes back with his bishop where he came from. I don't know how to feel about this. Does he legitimately right now just have a strategy of going back and forth? That's a bit boring. What's Andreas's opponent's rating? He's 1834 in the US Chess Federation rating system. Is a dead draw hammer? Don't try to sway us. I mean, I just found a variation that was good for black, though.
_Barone_Sul
Using only
_Albro
sensible
joined the
moves.
sub club. Kimstachis gifted a tier 1 sub to _Barone
I think she has a
_Sul
plan, but it may be
_Albro.
misguided. I just think she doesn't have a plan at all, because it's really difficult for her to advance her pawns without said pawns being captured, of course. Someone in chat were asking about this pawn to f5. The problem with that is that it allows this white pawn on the light squares that we were kind of thinking we could win the game trying to attack long term. It allows white to trade that off. And then we need to consider maybe something like this. Okay, so this the computer likes for Andrea. Cutting off the king along the edge of the board. Trying to invade with the rook against all of these black pieces. That's nice. Alternately, bishop up, trying to make a trade. But then we can move our king up. Ooh, but then the rook comes in. Yeah, no, it's going to be a tough game to win. How often does even matches end with someone making a mistake? When I play, pretty much all the time. When you guys play, your games aren't really that even, are they? Chat. What is the most common chess.com description of your game? If you have like a diamond membership or some kind of membership tier, I think you can go into the analytics and it tells you the most common description. I'm gonna check mine, but I'm gonna guess that mine was like it was a well fought game, and I'm guessing you guys have a lot of. It was a bit of an up and down struggle. Not that many evenly matched, decided by a mistake in the end, I suspect. Please uninstall. 17 blunders, 23 mistakes. Is that real, Pawn Masor? Is that even possible? 17 blunders in one game? You gotta be really committed to stay alive for so long to make that many blunders. The rooks are gone? Uh-oh. She traded the rooks. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing. So now we're back to this pawn on light squares strategy. So Mr. Heck is not going to be happy having two pawns on the light squares. So he's almost certainly going to play h5 here. And then the computer thinks Andrea is a bit better if she goes e4. I mean, if computer thinks black is better. Raise king to b2 pawn. Yes, that's the plan. Andrea needs to get up here to attack the pawn that's the furthest back, because this pawn is the genius protecting these two. So we can't attack the pawns furthest forward because they have the protection of this guy, the base of the pawn chain. The glue keeping it all together. And if we can get to this guy, and this guy has to move, then we can start attacking these two afterwards. And also, if Andrea can get her king up to this f4 square, I think she would also win. So in this kind of position, if the opponent just tries to sit still and move the bishop back and forth, here I think Andrea is going to be very close to winning at some point. If she can get her king up to the square, that would be massive. White goes king f3. I do not like that. Ooh. Now I see a move Fischer would make. So now Andrea can try to go bishop here, check on the king. If the king moves back, then once again Andrea has this idea of getting her king forward up through the center, which the computer thinks is quite dangerous for white. And if white goes to the middle, now you have that idea of getting the bishop in behind to capture the pawns that got stuck on the light squares. So here Andrea wins a pawn. The problem is that the door shuts behind the bishop. The pawn can block the bishop from getting back out. And even though Andrea can now take the pawn, the white king returns. And the bishop has nowhere to go. This is how Bobby Fischer lost one of the most shocking games in a world championship ever. He got too greedy and went for a pawn like this, and his bishop got trapped. His opponent used the pawn to block the bishop from retreating and then moved the king over to trap the bishop. And who was Fischer's opponent in that match? Chat, have we been studying our chess history? Spassky, well done. That's too obvious. I mean, Fischer only played one world championship match. So I do agree that a lot of people should know the answer. But I mean, chess history is still quite a niche subject. So for some people, they learned that also Fischer was an idiot at times, although I guess that most people should know already. And that he played against Boris Spassky in the World Championship. Didn't Nepo make a similar mistake against Magnus? I mean, I think Nepo's mistake was a little bit more complicated, but it's based on the same principle, yes. But at that point, Nepo had already, lost his mind. At that point, it didn't really affect the result of the match in that Nepo was just playing horrendous chess after game 6. What is Spassky's middle name? So Spassky doesn't have a middle name, but in Russia, it's common to call someone by the name of their father. So really what you're asking me is what is Spassky's father's name? And I feel like I could know that. I know that Kasparov is Gary Kimovich. So I'm guessing Kasparov's dad's name was Kim. Which, now that I think about it, doesn't sound very common for that area of the world. But Spassky Vasilyevich, maybe? Ah, I actually got it. Let's go. I just saw one guy in chat say Vasilyevich. I'm guessing that's the right answer. Though I haven't seen anyone else say the same thing. If it was my instinct and one guy in chat says it, then that's good enough for me. Okay, I can't resist. I gotta Google this. Vasilyevich. Yeah, let's go. I'm so good. Ask me anything about chess chat. I got you. One guy in chat can't be wrong. If one guy in chat answers the same as me, then obviously I'm gonna think he's a genius and can't be wrong. Had he said something that I had not answered, then we would talk about, the law of big numbers and whatnot. What is Fabiano Caruana's grandfather's daughter's boyfriend's pet dog named? So that would be, what is the dog of Fabi's father called? I would guess Luigi? I think it's a pretty good guess. Do you guys know Fabiano's second first name or middle name or whatever you want to call it? Honestly surprised you didn't get this. One guy answered Luigi, which was kind of obvious from context, I feel like. Let me just double check that I'm right. Fabiano Luigi Caruana. It's so stereotypical that it's not even funny. It is still funny. It is. Never mind. It is still funny. Where's the guy who's playing versus Andrea? Well, Andrea is spending so much time that he kind of took off. And I can't really blame him. Andrea really needs to speed up. I think Andrea needs to go pawn to f5. So she needs to go pawn to f5. They're going to trade. Then Andrea is attacking this pawn on h3, which forces the opponent to move the king back. And then Andrea needs to do something like pawn here and try and get the king up here. This is what Andrea needs to do. But she needs to do it within the next 17 minutes. Any tips for a player trying to start chess? I mean, do you mean like really start Jukes? The first thing you need to learn is how to give checkmate with a queen. Absolutely best thing to start with, because it doesn't matter how many of your opponent's pieces you capture if you cannot win when you have that queen and your opponent does not. So start out with a queen versus king checkmate. Then you do a rook versus king checkmate. And then you do some puzzle rush. And try to get your score to about like 12. And then you play. Whatever time control you're comfortable with. Most people like to start out playing 10 minutes. But keep in mind that quantity is... So like some people start out playing like 30-minute games. I wouldn't do that. Takes too long. 10 minutes games has the kind of good balance between giving you time to think about your moves and being attentive to how you're playing, while at the same time not sacrificing too much quantity, because you do need to play quite a bit to gain experience with different situations. How should new openings decide which opening to learn? I mean, I just wouldn't... I mean, at the beginning, I would just put some pawns in the middle of the board and try and get the knights out early. I wouldn't really stress about learning an opening. Just follow the principle of pawns in the center, pieces out, and castle the king. Can't really go wrong about that. I'm actually working on making an opening course for beginners, which sounds bad, I know. And I don't think it's necessary for like a starting out player to learn a lot of openings, but people do kind of ask for it, right? So I want to be the one to provide that content. That if you are pretty fresh and want to learn a way of playing, then I got you covered. Opening course for beginners equals the London. I can assure you that the London is far too nuanced for beginners in my mind. So I'm gonna have something a lot more straightforward than that. How's the situation on Andrea's clock? Well, it's deteriorating by the minute. It started out being good. Now it's bad. And in the meantime, we've passed okay and acceptable. King to d5, pawn to e4, also an option. Agreed. However, if you play king to d5, if your opponent is clever, then they will go bishop to d3 and actually prevent you from pushing your pawn forward. And it would also prevent pushing this guy forward. So actually, now that I think about it, I don't like that plan after all. But I do like this idea of just getting space with a king to help the pawn and then tuck the king in behind after. Because this is the kind of position we're hoping for. Like here, white may think that he can go back and forth and just make a draw. But the truth is, we're going to go pawn to f5, threaten to continue forward and kick the king out of its square. So white will have to trade, but then we take back and we have an attack on this pawn. If the bishop tries to defend, then we continue moving up here. If the bishop just sits still, then we eventually do make a breakthrough here, and we have this guy with a clear path towards becoming a new queen and very good chances to win. So this is the kind of thing that we want to have happen. And then it becomes a question of how to accomplish it. And pretty much what we're finding out is that Andrea needs to get this pawn forward so that her king can come further up where her pawn currently is. And there's different methods of achieving this. She can go with the king up, takes control here. She can go with the pawn up, takes control here. And she can go with the bishop up, takes control here. So these are the three moves she's deciding between. And she does go for pawn to f5. I like this move. This seems okay. My only concern is that white is now going to have an easy time trading a couple of pawns. But there are some really intriguing variations here. One of the variations the computer showcases is king to e3, white just continuing their plan, pawn forward, check on the king moves forward, the bishop check on the king actually invades, but then Andrea has these two pawns, king tries to attack over here, Andrea continues forward attacking the bishop retreats, and here computer is saying that this is slightly better for black. But white is about to capture both of these two pawns. Andrea has some pawns as well, trying to become a new queen. And this is just tremendously complicated. Computer's line continues pawn to e3, giving up that pawn, then maneuvering the bishop around. And now if the king continues to capture, the bishop will offer a trade. If you make the trade, the pawn becomes a new queen. So instead, white has to try and rush with their pawn, but then Andrea wins the bishop, and this pawn is still close to becoming a new queen. The king comes back, pawn moves forward, king rushes back, bishop moves out of the way to give pawn space, but the pawn gets captured. Then the bishop captures the white pawn, and then this is slightly better for black, according to the computer. So whoever said that this endgame is super boring, I do think you're underestimating the richness of chess. Chess can be very, very super complicated and exciting, in my mind. A biased opinion, to be sure, but I have seen a lot of chess. And I've seen a lot of crazy endgames, like the one we just saw. It's always a draw. It's always a draw with correct play. But that's why we're playing, like, that's why it's so much more interesting watching humans play chess rather than computers. Because the one thing we know about humans is that we cannot play perfect chess. As a matter of fact, the better the computers have gotten, the more we realized how bad at chess we are. But it's still fun seeing complicated situations materialize and creating insane, complicated variations like the one we just saw. You guys may not need a computer to tell you you're bad, but I assure you, at some point in the 1990s, top chess players thought that humans were really good at chess. And boy, were they wrong. Humans created the computer? I mean, we did create the first couple of computers. But we still had this feeling that there were certain situations the computer didn't fully understand, and where human evaluation actually had something valuable to contribute. Up until 2018, we believed that humans still had an edge in certain positions. Typically, the computers would overestimate the value of having their pawns far forward. The computer wouldn't necessarily understand immediately whether a rook endgame was drawn, massively overestimating the advantage of a pawn in the endgame. And then something happened in 2018. Maybe it was 2017. Deep Mind publish chess. Late 2017. That changed it. Neural networks. Chess computers that taught themselves, chess engines, taught themselves to play chess. And what was so special about these new kind of engines was that their ability to evaluate situations 20 moves in the future was unlike anything we had ever seen. And suddenly there was no part of the game where a human instincts could be better than the computers. We need to destroy these robots. I don't know what the world is going to look like in 100 years, but the pace at which we're developing is unreal. Okay, a trade has been made. Now Andrea attacks the pawn on h3. If that pawn remains there for the foreseeable future, that's going to be a big, big pain for white. So white is going to try to trade this guy off ASAP. And the way to do that is to play the move h4. You cannot do that immediately because that's a free pawn. So what you have to do is move the king over and then play the pawn forward. But that's not what the heck did. What the heck are you doing, heck? Bishop to f1. Huge mistake. Huge mistake. The bishop does protect the pawn, but it does nothing to rid white of this weakness in the long run. If I'm Andrea right now, so I'm really keen on stopping the plan of king here and then pawn up. So what white should have done is king g3, pawn h4, and try and trade off this weakness with the bishop pointing in towards it. And now after bishop f1, there's the ability to stop this pawn to h4 plan by playing h5. And then if white tries king g3 to go h4, then we go h4. And by placing our own pawn in the way of white's pawn, we make sure that the white pawn stays put and that the white bishop now will have to remain on this passive square forever just to keep this pawn protected. Big, big chances now, I think, for Andrea. That was, just a very poor judgment. Moving the bishop back instead of using the king to try and trade off the weakness. So we're hoping h5. h5 from Andrea. That would be a great move. She's not looking at that part of the board. You're kind of right. Andrea, look at the king side. You don't need to be all about the queens and the queen side. Look over on the king side as well. And push them pawns up. Thank you, Niven. Also, Andrea needs to speed the frick up. She's down at 9 minutes now. Do they get additional time after 40 moves? I'm not even sure they get more time. I'm not sure if this is a Norwegian saying or whether you can say this in English as well. But she needs to get her ass in gear. It means speed up. Universal? I mean, it still makes no sense. Some of these sayings we have in the world are just weird. Can you please add clock? Unfortunately, the game is being relayed with a 15-minute delay. But the good thing is that you can see the clock if you just zoom in. I mean, I have this trick where I just look over at my second monitor. But it feels like you guys should be able to see the clock as well. Just have better eyesight. Why is there a delay? Don't get me started. I think the delay is the most bullshit fair play thing that there is, but it's just super disruptive for trying to promote chess. And it's not really that effective, I believe, as an anti-cheating measure. But no delay on the video feed. That is true. But Andrea and Dena are not cheating. I don't know if that can be used as an excuse, but we're out here promoting chess. Like, don't make promoting chess difficult. I mean, that just doesn't serve anyone's interests. Are there no time limits? It's going slow, man. I agree, Evest. And right now, Andrea's about to figure out that if you're slow for 3 straight hours, then at some point you're going to have to stop being slow. Andrea's time management this game has been horrible. But she still has good chances of winning. So one of the most difficult things in chess is balancing the need to have any time left, but also spending enough time to find the good moves. It's super tricky. But now she's going to have to play fast out of necessity. She flagged the other game. Did she really? How many people in chat thinks she's just going to lose on time? Can we agree that she's getting 30 additional seconds per move she makes? As long as you're getting 30 seconds per move, you should never flag. Oh, God. Chat has no faith. She's getting 10. It's 10 seconds per move. Oh, good God. She's going to lose on time. Okay, now I'm concerned. Then why is she spending so much time? Endgames are hard. I swear, if she had played this in a blitz game, she would have played pretty much all the same moves. I think in general, she has played her top instinct in minimum 90% of the moves she made. And when you're always playing your kind of first instinct, but spending this amount of time, it's a massive indecision problem. Is G4 the move here? No. G4 is protected by both the king and the pawn. H5 is the move we want. We want to put this pawn on this square so that this pawn cannot move forward. What the frick? Oh no. I don't even want to input that move. Okay, you're gonna see something happen with the eval bar right now. I just want you to mentally prepare. Andrea, there's absolutely no reason, like... Okay, it's happening. So remember how we talked about having these pawns on the dark squares is good? Andrea just moved her pawn voluntarily to a light square. And now white is the one fighting for the win. And this is the kind of move, like, Andrea knows this is bad. Like, you don't need more logic than don't place your pawns on a square where the opponent can capture it. And even if white doesn't capture this pawn, this guy can never move forward. And now she's very low on time. So it's going to be... She's down to less than 3 minutes. And this just got really complicated. Because if white now captures this pawn and Andrea captures this one, suddenly white has these guys trying to march up the board, trying to become new queens. And these kind of... So here black has these pawns trying to become new queens on this side, and then white tries to get a new queen on the other side. And this is what is known as a pawn race. Pawn races are super complicated. So what is important to have in such a situation? Time. Time to figure it out. Time to calculate. She doesn't have time, so she shouldn't invite a pawn race. Especially when there was such a good alternative trying to stop this pawn from ever moving forward. I feel she wants to pass on the king side. Yeah, that's absolutely true, Dubs. So she's trying to provoke the opponent into capturing this pawn so that she can capture the one on the opposite flank. And then have free, well, it's not entirely free because the king is over there. But you can see what she's trying to do. The problem is there's absolutely no need for white to capture this pawn. And if white just ignores that pawn, you've put a pawn on a light square for no good reason. Computer is even suggesting moves like h4. Because then if this pawn is captured, then bishop takes pawn. And sure, you have two pawns that can try to become queens on the side of the board. But if white just puts the king in front of those two pawns, they can never progress. Does that say 240 or 1240? What do you think if I tell you that we are concerned that Andrea might lose this game after all? That's going to be the hint I give you, and from that you may deduce whether it's 240 or 1240. Aren't we always concerned? I mean, I think I've been quite optimistic. Her opening was fantastic. She got through like the first 20 moves using only 5 minutes of her time. But then she played the next 10 moves using all of her time. What is a flag? So, flag is like chess terminology for losing on time. And you can look up the reason it's called that. It's really dumb. It's like equally as dumb as every other saying in the world. But it basically means losing on time. How far is she in the tournament? This is going to be Andrea's final game. And we would love for her to end on a win, because that always puts you in a much better mood and makes you more likely to want to play more tournaments in the future. If you end with a loss, having lost both games yesterday as well, 3 straight losses, let's just say that then this is going to be her first and only tournament of 2024. There's much more at stake here than just a game. This is about the entire Botez content schedule for 2024. There's always checkers. I don't know. Still a lot of studying you have to do in checkers. Did Hammer ever play with an analog clock? Thank you, sir. How young do you think I am? To be fair, like in Europe, analog clocks are super common, whereas in the US, even when I lived a year in the US when I was younger, and it was 1999, and we played on digital clocks even back then. Whereas in Norway at that time, it was only analog. I will say this about the US. You were so late with cell phones, and I genuinely believe you were kind of late with the widespread use of household internet and a lot of other stuff. But chess clocks, digitalized, you were ahead of the curve on that one. Pagers were just fine. Oh, yeah, no, I am that young, actually. I've never seen like a pager in real life. Our internet is still lagging. Well, in the US, there's always a fix. Just pay more. America's still using checks. I played a tournament, a rapid tournament during the Pro Chess League finals. I think it was in 2019. And I did pretty well. I made a draw against Fabiano and I beat a couple of good players. And I got shared first place with Fabi and Georg Meyer, I think. And they handed me a check for my accomplishments. And I'm like, what am I going to do with this thing? I ended up taking the check with me back to Norway, and I delivered it in my bank, and they processed it in the standard amount of time for that check, which was like 6 weeks. And then I got my money. There was a move. King to E. Okay. I'm not going to be optimistic, but this is really good. The guy doesn't understand the importance of getting the king over here and trading off this pawn. Now Andrea has the opportunity to move over to protect this pawn and then push this guy afterwards. It's definitely not optimal that we have created an extra weakness for ourselves over here. But also the fact that the king moves away from this pawn makes it less likely that he's going to capture this pawn. So we might even here go h5. Because now, is he really going to take this pawn, allowing us to take this one? Because now we got this pawn further up the board, and the king is further away from stopping the pawn from becoming a new queen. She played a6. I mean, she has voluntarily put two of her pawns on the same color as her opponent's bishop. Like, from like a chess basics point of view, this has been a complete disaster. But Mr. Heck has not understood the importance of moving the king over here and trading off this pawn. And now Andrea has decent chances to win this. Because the kid learned, okay, to me, he's a kid. But I understand that we have different definitions based on, Andrea's weekend experience. But yeah, this guy, he's too focused on the endgame mantra of centralizing your king that he hasn't understood the importance of trading off your weaknesses. Okay, bishop to g2. Is he trying to attack these pawns? That's not going to work out for him. Andrea should now do the same plan she should have done earlier instead of doing this silly thing. She needs to now push her pawn forward on the side of the board. And she's not going to do that. But now she's trying to move her king up to attack the pawn on b2, which is a plan we have been talking about for some time. Mr. Heck is going to move his bishop back to take control of this square. And now pawn to h5, Andrea. It makes a ton of sense. Just move the pawn up closer to becoming a new queen. Like, never mind the whole idea of blocking the opponent's pawn from getting traded off. Just get closer to getting a new queen. But make a move. One minute, 20 seconds. She played h5. Good move. And now her next move is also obvious. That was kind of like a 2-in-1 package as far as moves are concerned. Once she realizes that she wants to put it up to a light square, she's also going to realize, I want to move it even further to a dark square. She will play g4. Good point. So after she goes pawn to h4, so say this guy tries and just sit where he is. Then Andrea will go pawn to g4, trading off the weak white pawn, but at the same time creating a clear path for the pawn to promote. This is one good idea that Andrea can use. Also, you could, I'm not saying you should, I'm just saying you could. Imagine we get a position like this. Are there some instances in which we can sacrifice the bishop to give our king access to the pawns? Okay, apparently this is really bad. Maybe not so bad. Okay, this is bad. Yeah, so being down a bishop is not so good. Now we know that. It's important to learn. So giving away bishop for nothing, bad strat. Andrea's clock is at 124, I think. Just increment, yeah. They're getting an additional 10 seconds per move that's being made. 10 seconds per move. Why is g4 right away bad? That's also quite instructive. So if you go g4, the opponent goes h4. And then this guy's blocked. This guy's blocked. And you've put 4 of your pawns at the same square as your opponent's bishop. So now the opponent is going to try to move their bishop in behind and win the pawns. So g4 before h4 would be a big mistake. But putting your pawns on dark squares when your opponent has a light squared bishop, it's such a common strat. I can't believe she's not going to go for it. Almost all of black's pieces are on one horizontal line. At least they're moving forward. A lot of forward moves from Andrea, the last 4. Ooh, interesting idea from Roma. If the king can try and kind of get around through the edge of the board, you could try and get at this b2 pawn without giving up the bishop. Very interesting plan. So here, after king to b6, white should probably play b4 to prevent the king from making that journey. Oh, she moved. She moved pretty instantly. King to f3. So finally it's dawning on Heck that he should have moved his king over here earlier. But now Andrea, oh my god, again puts her pawn on a light square. Like the one thing you're not supposed to do. And Andrea has now done it 3 times over the last 5 moves. Actually, 4 times the last 5 moves. But she's playing quickly. And she has a clear plan. She wants to put the king on this e5 square. I'm curious. b4, h4. Ah, if the bishop moves, then you can go here. Ah, actually, wow. Actually, what is white going to do in this position? You can go with the king back. Andrea will try to get her king to the f4 square. The king moves over again. Ah, no, but then we... Oh, never mind. But right now, so this bishop, if the bishop moves over here, then Andrea can go here and give up the pawn in the center, but get that access to the pawns on the queen's side like she wanted to. And if the bishop goes here, well, then you abandon this pawn. So white's bishop is stuck defending this pawn and defending this square. And if the king moves back, then the king is blocking the bishop so that black can still move forward. So now white has to decide, do you want to play king to d2 or do you want to move a pawn? But pawn moves are super committal and difficult to assess. And now, I mean, Nathan is down to 7 minutes himself. And sometimes it actually works out pretty good being the first person to be low on time. But it means that your mental, when both of you get low on time, is way better, right? You're more energetic. You're more ready for what's to come. Because you already switched gear into thinking, now I just got to play fast. Acclimatized to the cold, icy water of the time scramble. Yes, McFarlane. That's pretty much what I said, just way more elegant. It's what I was trying to say. Imagine playing 3.5 hours for it to end in a bullet game. Well, solo player, if they didn't want to end it with a bullet game, they had to play like something other than 15 minutes per move in the middle. This is all on them. What if white plays a4? That's exciting. a4 gives up this pawn, and then when the bishop captures the black pawn, then the bishop leaves the white pawn on the opposite side. But then the bishop can come in with a check on the king to attack the pawn in the middle. But then the bishop moves away from this square, so suddenly the king comes up here, and the king takes this pawn. And when you take that pawn, you create the path for this one, and black wins. This is very thrilling. Wow, he did make a pawn move. Did you guys see if he went pawn to f3 or pawn to f4? I guess it doesn't really make a difference. I guess he went pawn to f3, offering the trade, but Andrea's very happy to take this trade. And now after king takes, look at this opportunity she has to take the pawn on h3, and she's done it. She's done it. The computer says it's a draw, but what unpleasantness this must be for white. Andrea sacrifices her bishop on the pawn on the edge. Well, white has to take back. He has no choice. Otherwise, you just lost that pawn for free. Then pawn to g4. It's a fork. Double attack on the king and on the bishop. After all the trades, white is up by a pawn. But Andrea has her king much closer to the white pawns, giving her a chance to fight for the win. According to the computers, this is a draw. But in practical play, I'm pretty confident Andrea is going to win. And also you can tell from Andrea's face right now that she believes that this is winning. She believes that she's a genius and has decided this game in her own favor. And sometimes, even if that's not the truth, the energy you kind of showcase your opponent when she's like, oh, I'm down to 1 minute, but I'm super relaxed, and kind of just pounding herself for finding that move, finding that tactic, taking herself into that opportunity for now the king to just capture all of these white pawns. That energy is picked up by her opponent and makes the opponent think she's right. And for that reason, the opponent believes Andrea knew what she was doing. So apparently here, this is a draw. It's complicated, but what could have happened is that the white pawn moves forward, trying to become a new queen. And if there's a trade, you cannot win with a pawn on the side of the board because the king kind of blocks the pawn. And so it ends up being a stalemate situation. So if the bishop had been captured, it would have been a draw with correct play. But the energy Andrea kind of showcased in that situation made the opponent believe that taking the bishop was just not going to work. And so he avoided that trade. But now after avoiding that trade, Andrea is just going to win because now she has 2 pawns against none on that side of the board. And they're going to win the game for her. Fantastic play by Andrea to do the tactic, but also a real good showcase of psychology in chess and how that sometimes believing you're winning is just as effective as actually being winning. Because when you give off the energy, like I just decided this in my favor, the opponent kind of tends to believe that too. And here comes the pawns. Pawn to b3, trying to prevent the king from entering into this area. Computer says now Andrea should try and use this path instead. Her whole body language changed. Yeah, and her opponent picked up on it. And he believed her. A classic mistake we call trusting the opponent. Does she get in trouble for not writing down moves? No. When you have less than 5 minutes on the clock, and when the increment is not kind of big enough to be expected to write down your moves, you're excused. Okay, so now Heck is trying to trade off pawns. Good strategy from him. This is his best chance. Trying to give Andrea some difficult decisions with the pawns on the side. But I think let's just trade these pawns. We can go with the king up too, but I kind of want to prioritize getting the king over here. So yeah, Andrea just trades. And now after bishop takes, king up, just have the king over here helping out these pawns. Andrea uses the bishop to give a check. Might be okay. King is going to go to h2. I'm not sure we want to give this check, Andrea. Don't let the king start taking the pawn. I kind of liked it when your bishop was here, protecting this square. Because then we could have used the king to control here and the bishop to control here. And we would have been able to get both of these pawns forward. Ooh, Andrea goes in the opposite direction with her king. I'm not a big fan of that. Ooh, she's headed for the f2 square. Interesting. She's kind of pretend. So what's interesting in chess is that getting to this f2 square, you can go to the left, but you can also go to the right and then the left. So she's kind of making the opponent believe she's going to the right when she's actually going to the left. Okay, bishop up attacks the pawn. We're just going to move our bishop to protect. No, she moves forward. Check. And now if the king moves up, which it certainly will, computer says king here, and you cannot stop this guy from becoming a new queen. Very clever. Pawn up, threatens to become a new queen, and then you have the king coming in to help the pawn. I think she's going to the right. You guys are wrong. She's going here. This is her target. She needs to get to this square to control this one so that her pawn can become a queen. $40 for Heck. He steps back. Good play from him. Now the king controls the f2 square. So Andrea's plan is no longer going to work. Really good defense. Maybe Andrea now is going to go to the right, actually, since her plan of going to the left was stopped in its tracks. She moved the bishop. Bishop d5. Good move. Good move. Attacking the pawn and offering the trade. Trade, no good. So he's going to have to move over and attack the pawn. But now Andrea can take the white pawn, and if the black pawn is captured, then we progress with these guys and get a new queen. Good job, Andrea. Good job. Just take that pawn. Heck takes the last pawn on the right-hand side, but it's not going to work. Andrea, 2 pawns, 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. It's over. The bishop comes trying to protect the diagonal, but now just offer the trade. Let's go. Good move, Andrea. Because the bishop now controls the h1 square, this pawn is about to become a new queen. White has to make the trade. But then the black king will just capture the white pawn and then move over to help out. Banzea celebrating this win of his student with 10 gifted subs, just as the heck has resigned the game. Andrea takes it home with that endgame technique. Well done, Andrea. We were never in doubt.
Sand Soil joined the sub club. Alex Banzia gifted a tier 1 sub to Sand Soil. Jif 1256 joined the sub club. Alex Banzia
we were talking a lot about how you don't want to put your pawns on the same square as your opponent's bishop. So when Andrea played pawn to b5, voluntarily putting that pawn on a light square within the range of the opponent's bishop,
Zepedy joined the
I was a little bit scared.
Alex Banzia gifted a tier 1 sub to Zepedy. Cheese Stick 999 joined the sub club. Alex Banzia gifted a tier 1 sub to Cheese Stick 900.
But she completed it very nicely. And we did eventually see that plan of pushing the pawns up. And we saw the plan of the king invading towards the right side. We kind of did get to see all the plans and the pawn up for creating the space for the king in behind. Caspian coming in with a 20 gifted. Let's go. She'll be stoked in the interview. There's nothing better than winning the final game of the tournament. It gives you such a good feeling. And it makes you want to play more. What is Hex rating? He was 1834 in the United States Chess Federation. 37. Thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Let me coordinate with the backroom staff. Andrea will come for an interview. How am I doing it? Pro streamer? Yeah. Well, right now I'm in charge of the technical stuff, which means we're not really relying on Andrea's professionalism, but rather mine. So, I mean, just don't expect to get Andrea's sound immediately. Just bear with me. I don't have system sound. Oh, this is not good. Add sound. Add sound. Discord. System. Wow, I did it, chat. Wow, we're actually gonna hear what Andrea is saying. I'm so proud of me. I'm proud of Andrea for her bishop endgames. I'm proud of me for figuring out how to do technical stuff on the fly. We're celebrating a little bit early, admittedly, but I'm really confident I nailed it. Calling you on Discord. Oh. Okay, I forgot to take her call, but you know, that happens.
You're so excited about Dena's game, you forgot about your prodigy.
What? No, I was so happy that I had fixed the technical stuff. Can you hear me?
I'm glad. I'll pull up, I only have a couple minutes until the meet and greet, but I'm gonna pull up stream really quick. Do you think you can capture my video and put it on stream? I'm gonna sit there actually.
You think people want to see you more than they want to see Dena?
Yes. I mean, it is my moment.
Oh my god, you're that happy, huh?
I mean, yeah, I worked pretty damn hard for it. I nearly had a heart attack.
Heart attack?
Yes.
What, because of how slow you are?
You're the worst coach ever. I miss Alex. I'm gonna say it. I was not slow. It was a critical position. Would you stop being a hater? I'm gonna leave. At this point, I'm done. I worked my heart for that win. I can't even get like you nice game. You did well. No. I knew this would happen. And my video's still not on stream.
I'm trying. I'm really trying.
No, it's fine. Yeah, I know.
When
I'm
did
sure
you almost have a heart attack?
Not even like I mean that I don't even know if I mean what do you mean why with the pawn push? There were so many moves I didn't know. I mean I don't know if any of them are winning and he just messed up. Oh, you're leaking DMs.
Yeah, I'm leaking DMs.
It's okay. Now everyone's gonna see all the.
Well, I don't know how to do this. I tried my best. Leaking DMs I think was pretty predictable.
It's okay. Well, do you think I played well, Hammer?
Yeah.
Was there a draw in the endgame if they would have taken the G pawn?
Yes.
In the B pawn.
No,
yeah.
B pawn. Well, yes. Yeah. So if he had taken that guy, yeah, it probably would have been maybe a draw. I don't know. I mean, things could have happened. I just, in general, I'm not big on you voluntarily putting your pawns on the same colored squares as your opponent's bishop.
Well, I was putting them on the opposite. Well, but I risked it all for the biscuit. And the only time I was pushing them on the same, also my opponent's in the hall now. So, the only time I pushed it on the opposite was when I thought maybe it could end in a win. It was worth it.
Yeah, no, I mean, at that point you had a really good position, but yeah. No, it's just that I'm not sure what you accomplished from pawn to b5 that you wouldn't accomplish with any other move. Were you trying to prevent him from pushing his pawns forward on that side?
Well, the other lines that I calculated, I was scared, about them pushing the b. I'm trying to remember. There was a pawn push that I was scared about. I don't. Now that I think about it, no. Honestly, okay. I know what happened. I pushed it because I didn't see the winning idea with like pushing e4 and then sacking the bishop for the fork. So the only thing I was calculating was going like king d5. Yeah, I wasn't going to push e4 in this position. I was just calculating king d5 or king c5, and in all of the lines they were going to go b4. So then I was trying to at least like fix their pawns. I don't know. I had a big reason.
Yeah, you kind of fixed your own pawns on the wrong because he always could go b4.
Yeah. Well, for some reason, so I didn't see like the winning idea with the sack. So this I thought at least was preventing them from pushing and would maybe allow my king to get to the c4 square. But maybe I don't even. My brain is so mush
Yeah.
now. I don't even remember what my plan was. But there was a reason. There was a reason.
Yeah. Well, it worked.
But
I,
so the winning
I
idea
do
was
think,
without
but
it.
I think what you did with pushing your H pawn and pushing your E pawn and moving the king over in behind the E pawn, that was really, really good. And you could have done that same thing if you left your pawns on the dark squares.
Yeah, I'm
It,
realizing that now. For
yeah.
some reason, I thought, I don't think, maybe it was, I think it was pawn. I don't know if it was pawn to c4, but there were like some lines where my king would just get kicked out and it would never return to the c square. So, like, for
Yeah.
some reason, I thought it was somewhat preventing it.
Yeah. So
But I guess that
B5
pawn
was
was.
trying to prevent C4 and
And
getting
if the
control
bishop
of
would
it.
have taken, is this still a draw? I think it's still, because then he would have went bishop e8. I would have taken the pawn, and then I think it was still a draw.
Well, here you're. I was kind of scared you were going to lose it because now his pawns are very easy to push forward,
Yeah, no,
whereas
I mean, here
yours.
it was. Yeah, well, here I'd have to go like bishop f5 and then use my king to stop the pawns. But yeah, now that I'm looking at it, b5 was like ridiculous. But for some reason, I thought it was necessary. And then while I was looking at that plan, is when I found the winning idea. Because like the entire time I saw e4, like let's say if I would have pushed e4 before I went b5, but I was like, oh, they're just gonna go f3, king takes, and then I'm losing. Um,
Losing?
well, not losing, then I'm drawing, which to me was a loss. I didn't want another draw.
Oh, because you didn't want to trade pawns.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So like I was really just like stalling, just hoping for, even though all the advice I got from all the coaches, from Dena, from Alex, from everyone who watched my game, was that when you're down on time and it's a draw, just go for the draw and don't go for the win. And I did the exact opposite. And if I was gonna lose another game, I was going to quit.
Yeah, but you won.
Yeah. No, I'm glad. I mean, there was still a draw, but like that's why I took a ton of risks, even though everyone told me to do exactly not that, because that's the whole reason I've been losing the tournament. But
Yeah.
luckily, it paid off this one time, so I'll keep doing it.
Yeah, no, I
But
mean,
at least it was a good confusion tactic.
yeah,
Exactly,
no,
Chad.
but I also kind of disagree with you in the logic of this just being a draw because I
Yeah.
do think that if you get your pawn to h4, he's so stuck, right? He's got to stay defending this one, and
Yeah.
even if you end up not winning that pawn but only trading it off, having this guy on the side is so
Yeah.
effective to kind of lure him
Yeah.
back, and then you can try to go forward.
Yeah, I didn't even see. I just saw that if I was trading the pawns as a draw, so I thought with b5, like I was hoping to put them in a Zugzwang, where like but then I realized like there was an easy way to avoid the Zugzwang. But the whole reason I pushed b5 is because I was like trying desperately to get my king to c4, and I was hoping for Zugzwang where they would have to move the king the opposite direction, put the bishop back on g2, and then I could go.
Yeah.
So that was my plan. Which is why I pushed b5, because then I thought if they got b4, c4 in, then my king will never make it to. So I had like a whole other plan in mind, because I
Yeah.
didn't think about trading those pawns because it looked a draw. But I think that's probably what I should have went for. But that now I remember the reason I pushed b4. But
Yeah. It was actually
I mean,
really interesting. So when you took the pawn on h3, you believed you were winning, right?
yes,
And
yes.
you kind of you put that energy on your opponent, right? Like you made
It
it
was not
very clear
winning.
to your opponent that I got this under control. I'm the best and you're going to lose, right?
Was it not winning?
No, it was a draw.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, what do they do?
So apparently he can, well, obviously he has to take
He
back.
also had like 2 minutes at this
Yeah,
point.
yeah. No, it was super tricky.
Yeah,
But
but what was it? Yeah,
apparently
I yeah, and then doesn't king win the pawn? I thought there was a chance this could be, but king c4, I thought is. Oh, okay. I was looking at some idea with this, but I was like, at this point, it's gonna be a draw no matter what. So, oh, that's crazy. Yeah. Okay. Luckily,
no,
neither of
like
us had
it was
one.
like a study way of maybe
Jesus.
making a draw. Because even here, probably in practical play, you still win it. Now that I think about it,
Yeah. I mean,
because
it's
you
an
can do
interesting
this,
attempt.
and then
Yeah.
you get a
I mean,
queen. You're still up a
honestly,
pawn
yeah.
in a queen endgame.
With two, so yeah. I mean, okay. It's a draw in a computer position, but with
Yeah,
us playing blitz, it was risky. But that's an interesting line. Anyways, I have to run to a meet and greet, and then I have to prepare for the next game.
Are you playing the
Yes,
next game?
yes, sir.
Hammer,
Yeah,
Hammer.
Vila has a question.
Yeah, Hammer. Do you want to cover Dina's game install? Andre's next game is in only in 1 hour. So if you want to do a second game as well, we can continue the stream since we're on 11K.
You can even take a break, Hammer, if you
Yeah.
want to just leave the cam on and like go get food. You don't even need to commentate for a little, but no pressure.
Sure. We can do that.
All right, the party goes on, chat. Then-
Speaking, I need to register you because the deadline is.
Okay, go register me. Okay, I need to. I hope I need to win. That's
But
the only way I
you
won't
didn't want to
stress
end on
forever.
a win? I thought
Huh?
you decided not to play the next one.
Well, initially I was going to play half of the tournament, but I ended up playing every single game, and I want to get one more win. Like I don't even know if it's possible for me to still pass 2,000. I was 5 points below, but at this point, like I might as well go all in. But we have a meet and greet, and then I have to prepare. One more game, Chad. I was so Chad. I want to look at my heart rate monitor. When I tell you during that end game, which like okay, the bishop sack and GB5 to me were like crazy moves because the draw was not obvious to me, or neither was the win. My heartbeat was like beating out of my chest, and like I was like shaking and trembling. I was so I'm gonna look at my heart rate.
Sorry, I lost you. I made a mistake.
It's okay. Oh, I wasn't talking about the chess. I was just saying I was really oh, you lost my camera. It's okay, Hammer. But I was so nervous. I was like literally trembling, and my heart rate, like I was like almost heaving. Like I felt bad for my opponent because I was like, like in front of them, like trying to like contain my breath. But I literally couldn't breathe. The adrenaline was pumping. I haven't felt like that in a long time. It was kind of crazy. Dena's winning. Let's go.
Did that make you want to go again? When did you decide to play the next one?
I mean, if I was playing yesterday, I decided, which, because Alex practically was like, you can't quit after losing to 2 kids. And it's like, well, if you're going to play one of them, you might as well try to win both of them. So I'm going to go prep. Anyways, it's Hammer time. The team's pulling me to the meet and greet. Chat, thank you for watching. I will see you guys in an hour. Hammer, if you want to take a food break, you can just leave chat alone. They'll be happy just watching the cam. Wait, actually, though, but Vila, what are we going to do for an hour when Dena's game ends?
Dina's game might not end yet.
Okay, all right. Vila will figure it out. Or if Hammer wants to, well, Vila, if Hammer wants to break, we could go on starting soon. Just Vila, we'll talk with Hammer. Yeah, okay.
If Hammer wants to break,
Or you could even watch Party Dina's stream, if she's in commentary. But if Hammer needs a break, he'll message you.
I can always like do it as IRL stream. I'll bring the stream to the meet and greet.
Okay.
Alex play please.
Oh, true. Okay, cool. Just message. Okay. Hammer, Vila will message you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any tips for the next game?
Play a little bit faster.
Okay. I thought I was pretty fast this time. I don't know where all my time went, to be honest. I never know where it goes. I thought I was faster than usual.
Yeah, no, in the opening you were playing super quickly. It seemed like you were really
It
well
was
prepared.
prepped, kind of, most of the time. But I was pretty fast. I'm fast for the first 30 minutes, and then I don't know what happens for the next. Somehow I always end up with 2 minutes versus 27 minutes. But I remember I was really speedy for a good time. But okay, yeah, it's the middle game. Well, great tip. Okay,
Well,
I'm gonna go to.
Well, Andrea, very often I suspect you play the move that was your first instinct.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's
actually, no,
very
there was
rare.
not true. I almost made a big mistake. Instead of H6, initially my plan was to go F5, and I was like 100% gonna push F5, which I think. Okay, I have 4 minutes till the meet and greet's over. Okay, all right. Bye, chat. See you guys in an hour. But okay, yeah. Okay, all right. Thank you, Hammer. Take my video off if you can.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Bye, guys. See you guys in an hour. Finish strong.
Turns out technical stuff is more difficult when you have Andrea giving you a hard time about not doing it fast enough. But I think that went okay-ish. Go for a lie down? I don't know. I feel kind of bad. She seemed genuinely upset. that I was being myself, which is probably why I shouldn't do that more often. She was pumped. She was really like she was really enjoying life, which I was kind of trying to convince her not to play the final round. Which is not really my place, but like you can't get a better feeling than that. Like winning in that fashion, going for the win, even when you're low on time, people have advised you to be more safe, and you go for the win and you get it. She's never gonna have a better feeling than that. So I don't know. I kind of feel like she should just quit while ahead. But she really wants the 2000 rating, which I also do understand. So I think without the rating thing, she would call it quits after that game. But she really wants to get her USCF to 2000. And in order to do that, she needs to win another game. Can she get the rating? I don't know. I haven't done the fine calculations, but she thinks there's a chance and she's willing to, risk her sanity for it. Can you explain why this format is longer than normal games? Um, it's not though. This is well, it depends on what your normal is. My normal is 4 hour games, so this is actually slightly quicker than normal for me. Whereas if you guys are used to only internet blitz, then obviously that's going to be a different story, and this is super long. Dena's game going crazy. Yeah, is this game actually ongoing? Because they have so many pieces and Dena's moving so quickly. I don't have a good way of switching to Dena's game though. Because if I go to the events page, then I have to redo my setup and I have to and there's going to be a 15-minute delay, so we're not going to see what's on the board anyway. So I can see Dena has a rook that's capturing stuff. Now she's moving her bishop up. I think Dena's losing. Dena's opponent has a knight that's really well placed close to her king. There's also a rook making sure that Dena's king cannot move away from the bottom rank. Dena seems to be up a pawn, but now she has to move her king into the path of the black rook. A pawn was captured by the black knight. Dena's moving her king up. That's good. Actually, this was very good for Dena. I think Dena's opponent made a big mistake there, allowing Dena's king to move off the bottom rank where it wasn't trouble. And now Dena can trade her bishop for the black knight. Opts not to do that. Kind of a surprising choice. Dena, I think, is down a pawn. No, that other pawn is not on the board. I think it's equal on number of pawns. And Dena is now trying to win, having solved the situation of her poorly placed king on the bottom rank. A huge mistake by Dena's opponent, allowing Dena to evacuate her king into an area where there are plenty of white pieces close by. Okay, now Dena captures the the black knight. There's been a trade, bishop for knight. Now Dena captures the pawn that kind of ended that whole trade. Dena now, as far as I can tell, is up a pawn in a rook endgame. Now it looks as though Dena's going to win this. Can you recreate the setup on the board? I can try. Well, now it's easier because, well, there's not that many pieces left. But yeah, good shout. So Dena's playing white. We think there's a pawn here, a pawn here. These guys are not on the board. There's a king here, pawn here. This guy's not there. This guy's there. Oh no, now the rook took a pawn. Oh no, he does have that pawn. I thought this pawn was out of the board, but apparently it's not. Okay, so this is the current position, I think. A draw offer has been offered. A draw was offered and accepted. A draw in the end. Honestly, this pawn I thought was a pawn on the side of the board. I couldn't tell whether it was on the board or not. Earlier we had this position, and Dena here chose to use her rook to give a check on the king. But computer actually says that if Dena moves her king up here, she can try to go for the win. That was difficult to understand though, because Dena only had 2 pawns against black having 3. But the activity of the king combined with potential checkmating threats against black's king actually means that she had some chances here. But that whole end of game was so chaotic. Dena's second draw in a row. I do feel like Dena was very close to winning this at some point though. Well, and also she was very close to losing when her king was down here and there was a rook pointing in towards the king. Like somehow Dena's king was here and the rook was pointing, making sure that the king could not escape, and then she managed to get the king up, which saved her and I think even put her in a better situation. I like it when they're cleaning their boards. I can't tell what you're saying, Mouse. Are you saying when they're resetting the pieces or when they're kind of just capturing every piece that's on the board? Some of those black pawns on dark squares are really difficult to see. Yeah, I got tricked by that. Okay, so Dena makes a draw. Andrea wins her game. Andrea is signed up for round 6. I've been saying all stream that this was Andrea's final game of the tournament. And that's because that's what it said on the commands on her Twitch chat. If we cannot trust commands in a Twitch chat, I mean, the whole world is just falling apart. But apparently, Andrea has made the decision that she doesn't want to end on a high with a win. Well, maybe she will, though. But she's not done yet. She wants to win another one. And specifically, what she wants is to raise her rating above 2,000. And I think we've all been there, sitting up all night. Just one more game to try and get that magical boundary. If it's 1,000 for you, or whether it's 2,000 for Andrea, that millennium still has a bit of a ring to it, a lot of symbolism. And she's going to try to get there, and she's going to get the white pieces in the next game. And that already is going to massively improve her chances. 3,000 for you? Yeah. Sure, Blinker. When is the next game? So the next game should start at... in an hour, less than an hour, 47 minutes. 47? That can't be right. 52 minutes, presumably. Maybe it is 47 though. Some of these last rounds in tournaments are like, okay, whenever everyone's done, we'll just try and start the last round so that people can catch their flights home and whatnot. Will Andrea eat before the next game? She seemed like she was focusing on chess preparation, but I do believe that eating will have more of a benefit in her performance. She's going to meet and greet and then prepare in 52 minutes. To be fair, they did say that if she didn't hurry, she would miss the meet and greet altogether. So she almost missed the meet and greet because she was busy meeting and greeting you guys on Twitch instead of the people who showed up in real life. So I think the meet and greet is actually over. And then she needs to get some food, figure out who her opponent is. Dena made a draw. Defer. We are the problem. I mean, we mean well. Next game is 3 p.m. That's in 50 minutes from now. Why does no one place the queen but arrange the other pieces? So you're seeing a couple of queens on the side of the board, but those are extra queens. So with these fancy boards, you don't only get one queen, you actually get two of each color in case the players promote one of their pawns to a queen. However, there has been cases, like in real life competitive play, where I think the record is 3 queens of one color. Then you're gonna have to steal a queen off one of the neighboring boards or something. Why not extra knight in case we want to promote to a knight? I mean, fair enough. Okay, once again, I'm going to try to do technical stuff. Let's see. Text. Enter. Next game starts That sounds fair. Do we want to do something more fancy than that? Like this, maybe? What colors do we want to do, chat? I'm not sure white is the... So difficult knowing what color to do. This works. Black border. Ooh, we can do a black border. It was actually Alexandra who taught me how to do that. I just don't know. Let's go. What a pro. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. We'll be back in 45 minutes. 10 out of 10. Thank you. See you around, guys. Okay, we are getting ready for the next and this time final round. I was misinformed previously, saying that Andrea was not going to play round 6. That, in my defense, that is what I was told. But she wants that 2,000 USCF rating. And now she's getting a really nice challenge to do that. She's playing a 2040 rated player, Noah Daniels. And is this one of those scary kids? I can't really tell from FIDA always shows the birth year, but I can't find it on the USCF. This is not a kid. Not a kid. Not a kid. And over 2,000 rated. Which means that if Andrea wins this one, she might actually make it above 2,000. An old guy, well, I would not be the one to call this dude old. But he's not a kid. Chat says he's 20. Oh, God. 2,400 blitz on chess.com. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound great. But, you know, we give it our best shot. Is chat saying 22 is old or young? Did Andrea beat Heck? She did. In an endgame. She was very proud. 22 better be young? I mean, we are on Twitch right now. Okay, let's take this text away because apparently, did that guy just start Andrea's clock? Is her clock ticking? Damn, he started her clock. But the good news about that is that Andrea has the white pieces. The bad news is that when you have the white pieces and neither player are at the board, well, then it's the white player's clock that starts ticking. No respect? I don't know. It's kind of his job to start the clock, right? The round was supposed to start at that moment. How is that good news? Well, I mean, now Andrea has less time to waste. So now there will be more useful time usage. She's doing a Magnus. Well, doing the Magnus is more effective when your opponent is sitting there sweating, overthinking everything. The Magnus thing wouldn't work if the other guys weren't there either. Better get her into no time, just move right away. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that Andrea's board? Yeah. The first one. Why are chess players always late? Well, in this case, it's because Andrea had a meet and greet and then had to get some food and then prepare for her game all in 50 minutes. Why her opponent is not here? I'm guessing because he wants to prepare for Andrea's openings because they're so good. I don't know. He must not watch a lot of BotezLive. Is that the chess dojo guy with the hat? What is up with... I can't tell whether I'm being mocked or what it is. Yes, that is Jesse Cray. Will we see a London? Well, with Andrea having the white pieces, I think the odds of seeing a London incredibly high. There she is. Woman of the hour. D4. Imagine she accidentally played E4. Yeah, no. That has happened. Like, there are people who kind of just had especially those who play more than one opening, they can suddenly just forget what they were planning to play and just play something. Or maybe if you're planning to do something different than what you usually do, and then you're not so focused. It definitely happens. Okay, guys, we have a prediction out. Result prediction. Because if we have a prediction on whether Andrea is going to play the London or not, that's not going to create a lot of excitement.
Iron Bloom joined the sub club.
Welcome everyone to the Chess Championship. What a thrilling one we have in store. No players at the board. Nothing but a Starbucks cup. Not sponsored. This is chess at its highest level.
Oracle_Z3R0 joined the sub club.
I recognize that cup from Game of Thrones. Now I get why chess is not a popular sport. I don't know. We have a lot of problems in chess. Players not sitting at the board, frankly, in my opinion, not one of them. Okay, here's the opponent. He seems upset about something. Was that Andrea giving him a bit of an eye? Oh no, they seem to be... Oh, he wants to strike up a conversation at the board while the round has started Andrea laughs. Is that Andrea's polite laugh? Or is that Andrea's haha, that's funny laugh? I don't know what he's saying, but it's definitely working. Do we have sound for this? So my problem is I get the sound from the camera, or rather I can relay it to you, but I can't actually hear it myself. I have no idea what's being said. That's why I turn it off all the time. How do I get this sound into my headset? It's incredibly annoying when people talk, especially when they're not noobs and should know the etiquette. I agree, Skinner. If I was there in the room with these guys, I would not be happy about them striking up a conversation after having been 10 minutes late to the round. But right now, he's in the spotlight. I don't think he cares.
Neminal joined the sub club.
Vila, did you record what was going on with sound? Did you catch that? Did you lose out on a good YouTube video because I didn't have the sound on? I would be devastated. Okay, he's played D5. London incoming. Oh, God. Like, why does everyone suddenly love the Jababa London? Like, knight to c3 is a strategic mistake because you put the knight in front of the pawn so that your pawn can no longer fight for central control. Like, this is like a classic 800 rapid rating mistake on chess.com. And now people are doing this in all seriousness. And it pisses me off. Because what are we teaching the new chess players? That it's okay to block your c-pawn and not fight for the center? Do you blame Danya and Bortnik? I mean, I blame everyone. C6. Now you can actually play e4 and it's a Karo Khan. But Andrea doesn't know the Karo Khan. Why is the opponent moving so much? I don't know, jitters? It wouldn't be unheard of being a little bit nervous being on stream with many thousand people watching. classical Caro plays itself, it really does not. That's a definite no from me. So the center is important all of a sudden? I mean, obviously you should play e4. Definitely the best move in the position. But she's going to play bishop f4. I don't even know why she's thinking. Who do you think you're trying to kid, Andrea? Everyone knows you're going to go bishop f4. You might as well just do it. In these tournaments nowadays, does everyone need to agree to be on stream before entering? I heard that in I don't remember which tournament it was, but I heard that in some recent tournament, people had to agree to be on stream. Which makes no sense to me. Like, you're in a public place. I feel the threshold of not being on stream should be really, really high. But on the other hand, when Andrea and Alexandra were in Oslo, I was a bit uncomfortable when they were streaming outside, even in public places. I do agree that a camera is quite invasive, but I also do think it's different for like a chess tournament than just filming randoms while they're visiting their local cafe. I don't know. Somehow I feel like it's more okay with a chess tournament with more purpose. Okay, Andrea goes bishop f4, the London move. We're all very shocked. Did that guy say adjust before adjusting? Oh my god. He can't stop giggling. I don't know. 2,000 USCF might be doable. This guy doesn't seem super focused. Okay, knight f6. Now Andrea gonna go e3, I assume? Or queen d2? e3 has been played. He's from Coffee Chess. Oh, is he also from Los Angeles? Coffee Chess is Los Angeles, right? Usually, yeah. Oh, yeah, he is Californian. I didn't know Coffee Chess was like a collective. I thought it was just one guy. Okay, bishop f5 on the board. Sensible development. I think I actually played this in my tournament this weekend. And the guy went nuts with his pawns on the king side. And that is actually the computer recommendation right here. Computer is recommending pawn to f3. First, Andrea made a beginner's mistake with knight to c3, blocking her pawn's ability to fight for central control. Now she's supposed to play this pawn forward, blocking the knight's most obvious developing route. If you're a new chess player watching right now, just don't do this. Not like this. This is for when you actually get some skills. The idea, yeah, go aggressive with the pawns. She's looking at it. She knows her London lines. Well, this is the big test. Okay, a reminder to everyone that this is your final boarding call for the prediction. We have 3 million channel points on the line right now. Win, loss, draw. I will say that draw is the most common result in chess, at my level at least. And you're now getting hefty odds betting on a draw. Not trying to influence, just putting it out there. Okay, Andrea has opted to trade. Bishop d3, going for a trade of bishops. Sensible developing move. Personally, I like this better than this pawn to f3 move. But then again, I also wanted to use this guy to fight for central control. So what do I know? This is the main move in the position according to Naroditsky and Bortnik. Well, Naroditsky and Bortnik are both in Charlotte right now. I'm sure they're giving this game the attention it deserves. Are you allowed to talk? No. The trade happens. Now actually an interesting spot for Andrea. Do you take with a pawn, which kind of solves the issue of moving your knight in front of the pawn so that the pawn cannot influence the center? Or do you take with the queen? Okay, it wasn't that much of an issue apparently. Andrea takes with the queen quite instantly. Now she's ready to castle. Next move. Is it no audio for us or for you too? I mean, I can turn on the audio for you guys, but I don't like doing that because I can't hear it. Just people coughing? Well, according to my... white noise? Yeah, I'll turn it off. Well, I'll let someone who actually has any decision-making power on this stream make the decision rather than you, chat. And that's going to be either me or Vila. Okay. Hammer has all the power. I do right now. But if I want to keep the power to next time, then I got to do what Vila says. It's one of those things where you have all the power for a brief period of time. And if you get so power hungry that you want this feeling to continue, you do actually have to do what the boss tells you to. Power but not authority. I guess that's a good way of putting it, Vor. Think there's a move missing on the board? That seems like a classic Hammer thing to do. Pawn to e6 has been played. I would expect castles queen side, sorry. Also good. Knight d2. The only thing I would be a bit concerned about here is the move e4. I definitely want to play this move at some point, but the timing needs to be right. Right now, I was thinking this move, putting pressure in towards the king, would be a bit uncomfortable. Yeah, I can push forward, but then the knight jumps up. And the knight and bishop kind of work together. Not a huge fan of this. So, yeah, either knight here or castles. Big decision, though. Castling queenside? Computer doesn't like it at all. Says that black can try and start an attack with the pawns over here. But on the other hand, we know that Andrea really wants to win this game in order to get that 2000 rating. So she might be more inclined to play very risky chess than normal. That's a good way of putting it, Rusty Bin. Castling queenside at this early stage makes it very easy for black to know what to do next. Because then it's just like, okay, you castle, I attack. Why not first develop and then decide where to castle? Well, based on the fact that the computer hates queenside castling, I'm inclined to agree with you. Knight to d2, knight to e2 is the move we're hoping to see. When do you play c5? Well, right now, you're never really going to be able to play c5 as black because there's this annoying b5 square. I was going to go there with my queen and make a double attack, but the computer actually says that moving the knight up here is even better. So the pawn is probably going to stay on c6 for the time being. Did they tell her off for wearing her bobble hat? I don't think so, Chris. Rumor has it, I'm not sure I'm allowed to share this kind of info, but rumor has it she was having a bad hair day yesterday. Why is she thinking this long? Isn't this all prepared? No. People in general drastically overestimate how much of the opening is pre-planned. I have a bad hair day every day. Yeah. I know the feeling, radio. Very familiar. I didn't know that you could just wear a hat and fix it all. Usually when I have a bad hair day, everyone can see it. Just popping out everywhere. I have a no hair day every day. I'm sorry, Click. We should all appreciate our hair when we have it, while we have it. Is this Daniel's guy good? He's apparently 2,400 on chess.com. Okay, Andrea develops the knight, decides not to castle queenside. We like that. Good decision. Knight f3 was the computer's top choice. More aggressive than my suggestion of knight to e2. This is the main move. Are we still in theory? Chess, huh? All they do is study their opening moves. No skill involved whatsoever. Bishop to d6 played, offering the trade, and Andrea chooses not to go for the trade, but instead says, I welcome you to take mine, because that will open up for my rooks. Castling from Andrea, very interesting play. Black can now give Andrea the doubled pawn. 2 pawns on the same file. Often such pawns will block each other's path, but the advantage of having doubled pawns, especially in the opening, with no pawns traded off like here, is that it does open up for the rooks. Pawns initially are the rook's biggest enemies. The pawns will continuously block one of the best pieces on the entire board. So Andrea is happy to get a slight strategic disadvantage for a big other strategic advantage, with the rook potentially being able to put some pressure down the middle. And that's why chess is so difficult, right? There are pros and cons to every position. And sometimes what has given you the pro is also what has given you the con. And you have to weigh those two up against each other. And here Andrea decides that it's more important for me to open up for my rook than stressing out about having 2 pawns on the same file, so-called doubled pawns. Okay, apparently everyone knows Danya and Bortnick's London course. Am I the only one not studying the London? And I get called a nerd. The London is boring and you guys should not be playing it. I thought that was a popular opinion, but apparently it needs to be said. Is the London undefeated in the World Chess Championship? I don't know. What I do know is that it's not been played more than like 2 times. Okay, I'm hoping that's right now. But it's probably right. And you gotta ask yourself, if it's not good enough for the world champion, is it good enough for you? I'm not sure that's how that one usually goes. Doesn't Hammer have a team of producers feeding him stats and useful information? I did just share that Andrea had a bad hair day yesterday, Freddie. I sprinkle in the gossip. You just gotta stay here every single second, because you never know when the juicy stuff is gonna come. Oh, the guy moved. Queen to c7. Really? This guy's 2,400 on chess.com? Queen c7? I'm not a big fan of that move. So, in this position, the computer was advocating that Andrea make this trade and then castle, judging this as somewhat better for white. Now, after castles queen c7, Andrea can make this trade, get the same position as we saw in the previous variation, just with a full extra move. But it's still equal. And you guys know why it's still equal? I'll give you a guess. You can try to write it in all capital letters. Yeah, it's the London. The London is so bad. The guy can give you a free move and you're still nowhere close to getting an opening advantage. Did we just invent, I mean, not we, did I just invent a new joke format? No. I copied someone else, but I think we can work with this. The London is so bad. Paris asked for its I don't have the follow-up. The London is so bad. The Budapest gave back a pawn. The Budapest is even worse than the London, though. What is the Paris opening? Yeah, no, that's what I realized. I need to use a capital that actually has an opening named after it. What capital openings do we have? Maybe that's where we should start. The London is so bad, even the jokes about it doesn't fall down. Vienna, that's a good one. Vienna, Budapest, Berlin. Well, I cannot say bad things about the Berlin. Okay, Andrea has made the trade. The guy is thinking about whether he wants to recapture. Oh, he decided to recapture. Smart play. So why do people play the London? I'm doing my best to stop it from happening, dude. The London is so bad, the Knights are protesting its existence. I know it's not precisely what you said, Falcon, but I liked where you're going with it. Okay, Andrea has pushed e4. Good move. So now she's threatening e5 to do a fork on the queen and knight. And, well, even if the queen moves back, which apparently this guy has a tendency to move the queen unnecessarily. But even here, e5, good move. Attacks the knight moves back. We can maneuver this guy over here. And then if they try to attack our center, we can do a nice little pawn chain. Pawns defending each other. And then we move this guy over here, and this could get dangerous. Like, this is like a classic attack setup. So he really, really, really should take this pawn before it advances. But then takes. Andrea's a little bit better because she has a pawn in the middle. Black also has a pawn in the middle, but a bit more passive. So Andrea here just gets nice central influence. And she's going to be a bit quicker getting her rooks into the middle, into the center. Did we have any good? The London is so bad. I do like your efforts, though. London is so bad, even Birmingham looks more like a capital. I kind of like that one, too, yeah. It doesn't really have the chess sense, though. Update the board. I have updated the board. Not only have I updated the board, I'm even predicting what the board is going to look like in a minute so that I don't have to move around so much. He already touched the knight. Well, then I would suggest he makes the trade. Cannot pronounce London without done. Done. I need to work on my London pronunciation to make that one work. Okay. And who asked for the updated boards? I welcome you from the future. 97. Can't spell London without a big L. Okay, now we're getting somewhere, Wes. This game is moving quick. Yeah. Georgie boy, you weren't here for the last game, were you? Oh, last game they moved even quicker than this in the opening. Boy, we got bored to death when they started spending 15 minutes for every single move. The quicker they move in the beginning, the slower they're going to be in the middle. So we're not celebrating it. Why did the eval bar not move? When you play the best move, the eval bar doesn't make any changes because it already kind of had that pre-calculated. So it's only when you make a suboptimal move, according to the engines, that the eval bar will adjust. In chess, do they track the value of having the move like in Go? How do you track the value of having the move? No, I don't think we do that, G-Foot. But now I'm intrigued how that works in Go. Is c3 a move here for white? I would say c3 is the best move here for white. c3 creates a nice pawn chain. The pawns defending each other up the board. Actually, maybe not the best. The best would be rook to e1 because your rooks belong on open files. The London is so bad, even Buddha thinks it's pest. Somehow we lost the kind of trying to make it chessy, and now we're just trashing London. I guess with an American audience that makes a lot of sense. But I thought Americans go after the Canadians, no? I guess, but ultimately everything that's Canadian used to be British. Where do you think they got their big hats on the police officers? Mountaineers or whatever they call it. Kid hasn't castled? Yeah, but he's gonna. Andrea actually moves her rook to a square that has a pawn in front of it. But it's still a good move. Andrea should be a little bit careful now that queen d5 threatens this pawn. And we don't really want to trade because this is quite favorable for black to get this open file to put pressure down on the queen side. Because here black can take advantage of not having castled and rather keep the king in the center since the queens got traded off. So that could actually be a good strategy of holding the king in the center when Andrea hasn't castled. So if queen d5 here, I would think Andrea needs to go like queen g4 to attack here. And then after castles, then you go a3 or something to avoid this one being captured. But yeah, no, rook d1. I mean, the logic, so what I was getting at, the logic of rook d1 is very sound. The idea is that you're discouraging black from trying to attack the pawn in the center because now making such an attack will allow Andrea to open up and put pressure towards these pieces and in what has become now an open file for the rook. But in leaving the defense of the a2 pawn, She's now exposing herself to some queen up ideas that could be very beneficial for black. On the other hand, she did just win an endgame. So maybe she's feeling good about her endgames. The London is so bad, it colonizes everyone's opening repertoire. You're definitely onto something there, Brooke. The London is so bad. The London is so mean. I mean, I don't know. Did we decide that colonizing everything was bad? Because we do kind of seem to still kind of praise the conquerors. Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great, Roman Empire. How often do we think about the Roman Empire? Well, at least one time during this stream. I don't feel like we kind of agreed that colonizing was bad. We seem to give a lot of credit to those not just colonizing, but, you know, killing everything. I guess that's how colonizing works. If queen d5, why not queen g4? That's what I said they should play, Captain. I said Andrea probably has to go queen g4 to make a counter threat. But then my problem is, even here, how do you defend this one? If you go b3, then something like queen a5 is exposing a lot of weaknesses around these pawns. How do you protect this? Queen e4 is suggested by the engine, but now this brilliant move, b5, and if takes, this could become a big problem because suddenly the knight is coming here. This pawn has a clear path to becoming a queen. Like here, black is just played brilliantly and has good chances to win. So it's really awkward to keep this guy protected. You can go a3 like I did initially. But even here, like something, I want to say like a5, a4, and then you try and get your knight up to the c4 square. And you come up here and you cannot push this pawn forward because then, you know, you get captured. It seems to me like you lost control of some very important light squares. So I'm not such a big fan of this. But I'm not such a big fan of this either. I think queen d5 is just an excellent move. After which, I mean, maybe it's a bit harsh to say, but I think black is a little bit better after queen d5. And so if black castles now, I would strongly advise Andrea to play c4. Simply to take some control of those light squares, also giving your queen a retreat down into this area with your pawns. Daniel's already down on time. Yeah. Andrea is hitting her openings quite well. But then the middle game comes. Trust me when I say, at move 30, Andrea will have less time than her opponent. I guarantee it. By round 6, a lot of people not in contention for prizes just want the tournament to be over. Sure, but right now he's playing against Andrea on stream. I feel like that's a special kind of challenge. It's like a one-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's going to make you nervous, but you're also not going to want to just, force a draw on. What's the origin of the London? Usually when an opening is named after a city, and there are many, many examples of this, it's because the opening was used in that city during its first high-level appearance. But all of these openings were usually named like in the 1800s. Because chess is interesting and whatnot. But for the first kind of reasonable 5 first moves, they did all of that by the at least 1950. King touch detected. Oh, did I miss it? Well, castling is not going to be a huge shock, although I am happy he's not playing Queen D5. Queen D5, I think, is an excellent move here. Okay, he castles. I want to see C4 from Andrea now. I want her to stop this queen to D5 move. Because the pressure towards the A2 pawn is a bit annoying. What do you think about him touching every piece? He's definitely allowed to do so if he announces I adjust. If you've seen Magnus Carlsen play, whenever he shows up at the board, even if his clock is ticking because he was late, he's always going to spend time adjusting every single piece, just the way he likes it. One time during the Norway chess tournament last year, I went in there with a cameraman before the game, and we videotaped how I put every single piece straight in the middle, like with millimeter precision. So we wanted to test whether Magnus just likes having his pieces in the middle or whether he actually needs to touch all of them. That didn't come out the way I intended, but it's weird. He's weird for that. So, whatever. And he still adjusted every single piece. It's like a calming process he has prior to battle, like sharpening an already sharp sword. I'm guessing you didn't choose that metaphor by accident, but I like it. Is C4 a move here? Santiago, C4 is the move I want. We want to see C4. Let's go, Andrea. Probably she should have done this one move previously. She allowed black the opportunity to go queen to D5, but he didn't take the opportunity. He didn't take that option. And now Andrea's back in business, using her pawns to control in towards black's half. Are you allowed to adjust in blitz and bullet as well? Certainly, yes. But, you need to say I adjust before adjusting, or j'adoube, because chess players are so smart, we can speak a completely different language. My French vocabulary does kind of limit itself to j'adoube and en passant. Où est la gare? Actually, yeah, you know, I'm a man of many talents. I think it's j'adjust. No, it's not. In chess terminology, it's j'adoube. Trust me, this I know. It may not be grammatically correct French, but it is the terminology that has been used in chess for quite some time. People slap the pieces, have to fix them, and still bother saying adjust. Yeah, so sometimes, but you're not allowed to do that. But when you've placed a piece poorly, you will often kind of just by instinct adjust it even after you pressed your clock. And technically, you're not allowed to adjust on your opponent's time. But then if you don't adjust, then you can be reprimanded for making an unclear move. I don't know. It usually works itself out. Chess has for a very long time, and probably other activities as well, we've relied on a certain professional courtesy and whatnot. And there's like things you just don't do. It's not like a rule, don't do this. You just don't do it because it's not the culture. It's not the unwritten rule. But let's just say that chess's unwritten rules has taken a bit of a hit the last year. So, I don't know. I feel like a game being decided by someone not saying adjust, it could be right around the corner. Has online reduced the professional courtesy? I don't think so. I think there's just been an extreme lack of trust among the top players. There used to be some kind of professional trust, and now it's all gone. And everyone's accusing everyone of being a cheater. It's incredibly toxic. Who's winning? Sellers of London courses. Of which apparently there are very many. If you don't have a course on the London, are you really a chess content creator? So Levy is making bank. Well, he and everyone else with a London course, which is pretty much everyone else. Can we name the biggest chess creator without a guide on how to play either in or against the London. Heck, even I have a London video. I have like 3 videos on YouTube. One of them is how to beat the London. London is so boring, they made an entire cuisine to match how bland it is. Oh, I like that one. I like the fact we completely gave up on making it like a chess reference and just dissing Brits in general. Hammer trying to cash in on the craze? Of course I was. It didn't work out though. No one wanted to watch how to beat the London. Everyone wants to play the London. No one asks, how do you beat it? What's the move you would suggest now? Queen C2. Maybe rook E1. One of these two. You watched one such video last week? But Rob, why didn't you watch mine? Mine is better, I promise. Where's Daniels from? Apparently he's from Los Angeles. Two Los Angelesians went to North Carolina and all they got was being paired against each other. Could have just played in LA instead. Well, that's why that's the rematch. That's content. Andrea wins this game to get to 2000 USCF rating. Then the guy gets a rematch in Los Angeles, or all part of the content machine. Nothing is rigged, people. All coincidences. Windows update again? I don't know. The camera from the venue is not my purview. So I don't feel too bad about that glitching. It's not my responsibility. What about knight g5, coach? Well, so knight g5 does threaten checkmate, but it's so easily parried by knight f6, which both attacks the queen and protects the pawn. And then after the queen steps back, you can chase the knight if you so choose. So, yeah, doesn't really get you anywhere. Andrea's move, rook to e1, is better. This Daniels made an early mistake with his queen. He did Roma, and still, black is completely fine. Which is why we got started on the London jokes. What does rook e1 accomplish? Well, with the rook here, it now controls 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more squares than it did when it was over here knocking into its own pawn. Okay, it's simplified. All that intel wasn't accurate per se, but that's the general gist. Just put your rooks on open files where they're not blocked by pawns. Okay, knight f6 has been played. Attacking the queen, but frankly, I wanted to move this queen back anyway, so that's fine. This kid has played Hikaru at Coffee Chess. So the rumor says. He has played all streamers. Does that mean Andrea knows this kid already? Did Alexandra decide not to play because she didn't want to get roasted by Hammer? You'd have to ask her. It's an honor being roasted by me, though. No? He played a bunch of streamers already, but he does seem a bit nervous about this one. It's definitely different playing a classical game as opposed to a blitz game. Very different vibe. Merch suggestion. The London is so bad, it leaves my pawns feeling sad. I'm not sure the anti-London merch would sell, though. If we're trying to capitalize on this London craze, I think we're going to need positivity instead. But, you know, there's getting rich and there's getting rich praising the London. I want nothing to do with the second. With the latter. Is that Dena on the right? Yeah. I actually don't know how Dena's doing. But you can check out her stream. Hammer always misses out on money opportunities. Yeah. That pesky work ethic. Football Manager streaming is where the real money's at. That hasn't been my impression so far, no. But yeah, also I've been too busy. How high are the chances she hangs the queen? I'm pretty sure she's aware that the queen is under attack. Pretty sure. Computer wants to move it to this square. I kind of want to move it to this square. But in any case, pawn to c5, very likely a move for black coming up. Why would c2 work better for the queen? Ugh. Can't you just trust me, bro? Having to justify your instinct is sometimes very useful and sometimes very annoying. So if we go to c2, we have the option of trying to attack these pawns on the queen side in the future. So we kind of gain this channel to move into. And we also kind of keep an eye towards the black king. Say this knight somehow, I don't know how, but moves away from where it is. We could potentially launch an attack here with the knight and queen. Yeah, now that I think about it, I don't know. Probably doesn't make too much of a difference. Is queen h4 good? So queen h4, I would be kind of nervous of leaving these pawns over here completely to their own. So like queen h4, queen b4, I would be a bit nervous. We can protect, but then it's like, are we keeping everything under control? Apparently you can do this, and it's fine. Andrea chose, wow! Andrea chose queen e5. She's really on the endgame grind, huh? And you know what? Whenever, so here, one of the computer's top choices is just making the queen trade or allowing the queen trade. But a very basic thing of human psychology is that if your opponent showcases that they want to do something, in this case, trading off the queens, your natural instinct is going to be, oh, she wants to trade the queens. I shouldn't do that. And so right now, what's going to happen is that Noah Daniels is he's going to avoid the queen trade simply from that kind of reasoning that, you know, she wants to trade queens, then I'm not going to do it. Which is basically, you know, the logic of a 3-year-old. Is it though? Nah, I don't want to do that. Okay, maybe not the logic of, but like the reaction of. So is the reasoning good or bad? I think a queen trade here doesn't really make too much of a difference. I will say that actually maybe this move was kind of smart from Andrea, because all the other places the queen could move, the computer was recommending pawn to c5. But here, pawn to c5 is just going to lose a pawn because the queen controls that square. So Andrea kind of played the only move that prevented this pawn push to attack White's hold grip in the center. I do wonder what she's going to do against this, though. Oh, man. My entire theory shattered as the queen trade happens. And now I would have liked Andrea. So Andrea usually spends so much time, but you need to know when to spend the time in the right moments. And this is one such situation. Andrea needs to be very careful here, deciding between pawn takes and knight takes. Those are two very, very different moves. And I would strongly, very, very strongly recommend that Andrea captures with a pawn. Because if knight takes, rook to d6, Black is just going to have this incredibly easy plan of getting both their rooks pointed in towards this white pawn in the center. And because we played c4, we no longer have the ability to create that pawns protecting each other up the board. Sure, you can move the knight back to protect, but then both rooks are still coming. And if you're not careful, then this pawn gets involved as well. You can't take it because then you lose your own rook. So basically, unless Andrea captures the black queen with her pawn, this d4 pawn is going to become very weak. She can take with rook. Yeah, she can, but it doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, it's okay, but it doesn't feel natural. It's better than taking with the knight, because taking with the knight, we saw that the knight had to return to keep the pawn protected. Which of the three takes does the eval say is strongest? The computer actually wants rook takes. I don't really see that happening, though. To me, this really feels like a pawn takes situation. Why is Hammer yawning? Because it's past my bedtime? The pawn needs to go in the line on the left now. I think I understand what you're saying, Roma. So Andrea can set up this pawn formation to have the pawns protecting each other. And then if she does take with the pawn now, she can do like a 4-pawn protection over here. And if she manages to get both the 3 over here and the 4 over here, then she would have quite an interesting advantage, in my opinion. Why are the pieces on board 8 different? Because on board 8, they're playing with plastic pieces. And they are ugly. I don't know. Maybe it's wooden pieces, but with some kind of very shiny finish. But I really like the wooden look. I mean, you can tell from which pieces I have on chess.com. These are my own. This is the piece set I play with on a daily basis. I asked Vila whether I needed to switch my piece setup, and he said, no, you're fine. Imagine asking. I mean, when you know you're not in charge, you're not in charge. Ooh, I just saw a tactic. And it doesn't work. Why does she take so much time? This is a good moment, though. I specifically asked that she take her time on this move. It's a big decision whether to change the pawn structure. So it was Philidor, the great French champion from back in the day, late 1700s. He said the pawns are the soul of chess. And the pawn structure is kind of like a skeleton of a chess position. Based on how the pawns are placed, you can tell a lot about how you should put how your pieces should work together. And here, for instance, I like taking with a pawn because if I don't take with a pawn, this guy is going to remain on the d4 square and get some very easy pressure in towards it from the black rooks. I think that's just going to be a long-term suffering for white. So I'm a big fan of taking with a pawn instead, which also has the benefit of putting pressure on the knight and having a bit more space. What is the most deadly animal you think you could beat in a fight? No weapons? Really? I'm boring you that much? I don't know. Like, no weapons? Do I have shoes? Even the gladiators got weapons, no? I have a lot of power in my legs, Joe. A sandal would definitely compound that damage. She took with a pawn. I like this. Great decision from Andrea. I do want to mention one thing, though. After knight d7, if here you go rook to d6, which seems like a supernatural move, you move the rook up the open file. You want to double your rooks. Your rook is protected by a pawn. You're thinking, oh, this is a great move. I'm going to do this. Then knight takes e5. Brilliant move in response. The rook is under attack from the black rook, so you make the trade. And now instead of making the automatic recapture, Black plays knight takes knight, check on the king, and then takes the rook. And you got bad pawns and you lost a pawn. Game over. So, Andrea, don't play rook d6. Just don't do it. How did it go from I like the pawn move to you are losing? Well, one move. Not just one move, one natural move. One desirable move. Trying to double the rooks. On the other hand, if Andrea here goes king f1 and the opponent does something silly, then rook d6 would give white a big advantage. What's the difference, you may ask? Knight takes pawn, rook takes rook, knight takes knight. No longer check. So now we can continue capturing and then take the knight, extra rook. So like very, very small margins. But like if Andrea already had her king on f1 and she could play rook d6 in this position, then she would be much better. But let's hope that she realizes rook d6, while it's a desirable move, does not work in this instance. Can she just play rook d3? Yeah, so now life gets a little bit complicated. So you can play rook d3 to try and get both rooks working together, but then the knight comes to attack the rook, and you're not in time to double, and if you make the trade, then it's black controlling the only open file on the board. So after pawn takes queen, like Andrea did, now this game is all about who can take control over this one file in the middle of the board with no pawns blocking the rook. If knight c5, rook d6, I mean, it's an interesting concept, Lights. But unfortunately, if you go rook d6 here, the computer says that there's some trickery. But yeah, no, I do get what you're saying. Maybe we can do something like b3, pre-make this pawn chain, and then rook d6. So apparently the computer just likes this for black and says that this pawn is bound to get trapped because black is basically just going to move their pieces next to the pawn and it's not going to be able to do anything dangerous because it's kind of cut off from the rest of the white pieces. That's interesting. Okay, so I guess, yeah, I'm not sure what I guess. We really need Andrea not to play rook d6. That's really the only thing I'm focusing on right now. What about b4? Well, then I'm concerned about the safety of this pawn. And if it moves forward, then I'm concerned about the safety of this pawn. But yeah, this could be interesting. Sometimes it's actually not automatic that it's good to move your pawns forward. Sometimes in situations similar to this one, having the pawns this far up the board can actually be a problem, because it's easier for the opponent to attack these pawns, seeing as how it's kind of closer to the opponent's camp. A3 and it's all good. Yeah, but look at this move suggested by the computer. A5. What do you do? Your pawn is under attack, and if you capture, rook A8. And suddenly, black's rook has access to all of these white pawns very easily. And the knight in the center is fantastic because there are no white pawns able to chase the knight away, since all the white pawns went so far up the board. This is a very interesting strategic position. I am happy with the fact that Andrea has been spending her time in the right moments, and I also think she's up on time. I'll zoom in. Okay, it looks like 56 minutes for Andrea and 55 minutes for Noah. So I was right that she was up on time, but I think it's fair to say not by a lot. And now, very, very important, do not play rook d6. Andrea. Don't do it. Is he baiting her? Not really. But that makes it kind of more difficult to see. Because what Daniels did on the previous move was a result of Andrea's choice. Andrea was the one to capture with a pawn in the middle, forcing the black knight back, now giving Andrea the hope that she can move the rook into the heart of black's position, and feeling kind of safe about it because you do have this pawn protecting the rook. So you feel like, oh, this is a safe move. Now my rook is extra well protected because of the pawn. And then it's only when that pawn is eliminated you realize, oh, I actually made myself too dependent on that pawn. That when it disappears, it's just over. I don't have it, Phil, but I've heard really good things. Did she play on the London? Of course she did, yes. We were all really surprised. She even spent 3 minutes thinking about whether she would put her bishop on f4. Kid is rattled by the camera. Well, he shouldn't be. Andrea's opponent today is one of the players in the Coffee Chess Network. And they're also based in Los Angeles. Which kid? The one playing against Andrea. I reserve the right to call both Andrea and her opponent a kid. Good God, they're born in the 2000s. I will never not call anyone born in the 2000 a kid. I remember when these kids born in 2000 were like toddlers on the subway. After 2000 equals kid, before 2000 boomer. Couldn't be said better. Thank you, random Twitch streamer. That was not an insult. That was the actual username. What's the next good move? I'm not sure. I think maybe get the king involved. I like. Try and get the king involved. It's not, in this position, it's not really about what's the good move. It's more about what's the bad move. Just anything other than rook up here. Isn't Alex 98? She's 95. Come on. And yeah, she's a boomer. What are you talking about? An old soul. You guys didn't know? She's 2000 because she's 24? No, she's born in 95 and she's 24. You make it sound like those things are mutually exclusive. Have you surpassed 40, Hammer? I mean, in wisdom, yeah. Why is she thinking so hard? I mean, as long as the thinking makes her not play this big mistake that looks like a good move, I'm all for it. Time management doesn't mean never use any time. It just means use the time in the right moments. And this is one of those right moments, because if you play the most obvious move, you lose. Maybe b3. Yeah, b3 is fine. b3, king f1. Computer saying rook d2. Seems sensible. There's someone in chat spamming rook d4, which is probably okay. Can you explain why rook d6 is a mistake? I can't. I mean, I have. But I'll do it again for you. Rook to d6 loses after knight takes e5. We thought the rook was safe because of the pawn protecting it. Black eliminates the pawn. Now the rook is under attack. We can try and trade rooks. If black just recaptures, we will have an extra knight. But instead, black will have this in-between move. A Zwischenzug. Knight takes, knight, and it's a check on the king. So we can't save our rook. We have to recapture the knight, and then black is up by a pawn. And controlling the open file. And white's pawns are a mess. Can you speak German? Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Ja, klar. Ich habe einen Staubsauger ohne Käse, bitte. Sehr gut. Dankeschön. Hammer's German is as extensive as his French. My vocabulary in German is way bigger because it's kind of very similar to Norwegian. Do these people not have jobs? It's Martin Luther King Day in the US, Prex. Can you win that position as white, Hammer? I genuinely think I would lose this as white against Alexandra. Maybe. And Staubsauger mit Käse? No, the whole point is that I'm saying ich habe einen Staubsauger ohne Käse. Because that's before I had German in school. I had there was this half German kid in my class in elementary. And I told him, can you teach me some German? And so I learned a basic sentence construction, ich habe, which is I have. And then I learned eine Staubsauger, because that was so funny to say, vacuum cleaner. And then ohne Käse is because I don't eat cheese. So one of my main requirements for any new language is knowing how to say without cheese. She plays king f1. Wow. See, she's spending her time very wisely. She's playing the moves I suggested. Well done, Andrea. Good move. Lactose intolerant or just weird? Just weird. But you needed that to find out? How long have you been watching the stream? Why don't you eat cheese? Why are people so obsessed with people who don't eat cheese? Like, respect the variety of humanity. I don't know. Magnus went to the New York Fashion Week, and he came back and he told me, you know what? Turns out the people you have the most in common with are the New York Fashion Week models. None of them ate cheese on their pizzas. So, I mean, I'm not the only one. It's just me and the models. He probably likes pineapple on his pizza as well. Well, Sid, I will have you know. Of course I do. Pineapple is fantastic. I have a famous saying from when I was a kid. Pineapple is the broccoli of fruits. The highest compliment I could give at age 12. Famous? What are you talking about? This was published information. It was considered one of the most memorable quotes of the Gaustal tournaments. Pineapple is great, just not on pizza. You lose all the pizza's flavor. I don't know if you've had any pizza in Norway, or pretty much any other country, I think, for that matter. But there's no flavor on pizza. They're just throwing the very minimum of meat that they can get away with. In Norway, a pizza is basically just bread with tomato sauce. And then they cover it in lots of cheese so that you can't see that they didn't have any other stuff on it. And when I eat my pizzas without cheese, I get to see the fact how stingy they are on the ingredients. For that to taste something is crazy. Crazy to think. He moved rook? No, wait. He did move rook. That's not a good move. Actually, it's not so bad. He's trying to get his king into the middle. He's basically just seeing what Andrea is doing and copying it. They actually deliver pizza without cheese? Yes. Pizzerias in Norway, they have no professional kind of respect, or whatever you call it. And even outside of Norway, there's only been like one place I've ever been who just said, "You want what? Pizza without cheese? Get out." Only got kicked out of a pizzeria once. Most people sucker for the Norwegian cash. Andrea moved her knight. That's not good. Andrea, why are we moving the knight? The knight is well placed. The knight is protecting the pawn. Ah, she wants to go f4. She wants to go f4. Okay, I'll give that a pass. So we're not crazy about this knight move because now we're no longer having this pressure in the middle. But we do sympathize with her goal of playing f4 because we talked about this earlier. That we would love to have a pawn chain defending up the board. My only concern is what happens if black just tries to move the knight away and then get two rooks pointing down. Because now if we move the knight back again, the knight to d3 is attacking a lot of things at the same time. Basically, we want to do this. If we can get this, with the pawns protecting each other here and the pawns protecting each other here, we're pretty happy. But that is very time consuming. And the concern is what can black make happen in the meantime? Evalbar likes Andrea. Well, especially now, knight to b6 is a terrible move. Absolutely awful. So the classic saying is a knight on b6 or g6 or g3 or b3, a knight on this square is very effectively punished by a pawn on b3. So when a knight is on this b6 square or the g6 or g3, the concept is the same, right? The moves you have moving forward are these two, but then the pawn going to g3 will take out both of those opportunities. And the same applies no matter how you rotate the board. It's always going to be that pawn limiting the options for the knight. Here we also have this guy. So these two guys together taking out all of the possibilities that knight had to move forward. So you've pretty much just eliminated any usefulness that this knight could have, which is why knight to b6 was a mistake. And Andrea responded quite quickly with pawn to b3, which was a move we wanted to do regardless, and which now has prevented this black knight from doing anything useful for the next period of time. Rook d7 has been played. And now Andrea's going to do something like knight to c2. Black will double the rooks, and Andrea will use her king to protect. And we're going to get something similar to this. And Andrea's going to be a little bit better because her pawn is further advanced. And to some extent limits black's options. Draw, definitely the most likely result. But yeah, this is what's happening. So she went king up first, but kind of same thing. The rook is going to come. They're going to attack the knight. Andrea could go back to this f3 square, but she doesn't want to block the pawn. That's why she moved the knight in the first place, to allow this pawn to come up and defend its buddy in the center. And for that reason, Andrea has 2 free squares for the knight, and she's going to choose the one that doesn't block the pawn. Why king e2? She needed to protect the rook. What's the clock situation? It's pretty even on time. I'll zoom in. 41 minutes, Andrea. 48 minutes for Noah. It's going to come down to the towers. Well, right now, what I'm guessing is going to happen is that we're going to trade all the rooks. The knight is going to understand how useless it is, so it's going to go back and attack here. Andrea will play her pawn up to protect. And black will realize that dealing with this pawn being this far advanced is a bit annoying. So he's going to go f6 to challenge. Andrea will trade and then move her king up. And here Andrea is quite a bit better because her king is more active than her opponent's. And she also has some vague idea of trying to exploit the fact that she kind of has a 3 versus 2 on the right side, all the way right on the board. So she could potentially manage to get these pawns up and create some kind of distraction for black over here while white's king tries to go over here. It's pretty much the exact same plan as she had in her morning round. Endgame, more active king, trying to distract the opponent on this side so that you can go attack on the other one. She went f3. Okay, I guess I was wrong. So Andrea plays knight to f3 because she wants to keep this pawn protected to begin with, which is fine. In fact, according to the computer, it was the best move. I think we're going to get a massive trade followed by something like f6. We're very likely going to get this sort of position. And this is very reminiscent of what we just saw. Same kind of things apply. Andrea will play her king up in the middle, and she will try to rush the pawns up on the side. If Magnus was white here, would he have a chance to beat you? Definitely. Definitely. This is still unclear. Okay, Noah moves his king in towards the center. Makes sense. But now Andrea doesn't necessarily have to trade all the rooks. She can opt to just make one rook trade and then say that this rook could be useful at some point in the future. Also, the king has now left the protection of the h7 pawn, and the computer really likes this idea of knight to g5 attacking this pawn. And when the pawn moves forward to attack the knight actually comes into this fantastic square in the middle of the board and is eyeing some even better opportunities on the next move to push even further forward. This is great for Andrea. And this has the benefit of moving the knight. So we know that Andrea wants to move this knight so that she can push the pawn up to protect its buddy in the center. And she finds it. Knight to g5. Good move. Trying to attack the pawn on h7. And if that pawn moves forward, the knight will find this very nice area in the center. Was rook takes rook first better? I mean, I think so, but probably doesn't make too much of a difference. When you're playing chess against someone, what are you thinking? What questions, thoughts do you keep asking yourself? I don't know if it's that complicated. You know, it's more like I do this, he does that, I do that, he does this. Do I like that? If yes, make the move. If no, look for something else. In a classical game, though, it's easy to kind of be distracted by your life, which is why I made sure not to have one. I just suddenly saw it there for the taking and decided, let's just grab that. Do you still play classical? Not very often. But yeah, it is in classical. In Blitz and Rapid, you don't really have time to kind of lose your concentration, so you don't really do that. But in classical, it's very easy to kind of let your mind drift a little. Let your thoughts drift, which is not good. It means you're not super focused. How much time did they have in the beginning? They started out with an hour 40. But they're only getting 10 seconds per move that's being made. So time will become an issue at some point. How long has this game gone on for? They're currently in the 3rd hour of play. They started 2 hours and 6 minutes ago. Do you ever spend time calculating even when the current move is obvious? I mean, I try not to. But here, there's like the computer's top choice here is just to ignore the pawn and go king e7. The idea being that if this pawn is captured, you might actually... We're not sure this knight is ever coming back out. So there's definitely more than 2 options here. And even just 2 options. Like, a chess player is perfectly capable of spending crazy amount of time when you have 2 options. One option, on the other hand, then maybe we play fairly quickly. But I mean, I've spent more than half an hour on a move where I only had 2 different options. Still an important decision. If you had to choose one, what system would you say is a must learn for beginners to master first? I'm not sure what you mean by a system, Benjamin, but when asked this previously today, I said that for a completely new player, the first thing you need to learn is how to checkmate with a queen. The biggest title games in shogi is played over 2 days with 8 hours each on the clock. Oh God. Oh, that's rough. Okay, apparently I have an announcement to make. I have no idea why I'm making this announcement instead of Alexandra. Okay, I'm negotiating whether I have to do this or if I can get like a call a friend kind of scenario. What keyboard do you have? That sounds amazing. It was recommended to me by a friend who's the manager of one of the biggest Fortnite players, so I kind of just assumed that he knows what he's talking about. But some of my friends who are not like gamers have said that they think it's ridiculous and so loud. It is the Steel Series something. I don't know. Not an ad. Oh, God. I forgot I was not on my own channel. Not sponsored. Not an ad. Don't trust Hammer with anything. Okay. The big announcement apparently has already been announced. So I am just repeating previously known information in a grandiose way. And all chatters currently here, let it be known that Andrea and Alexandra will be playing in the Salento Chess Open 2024 from May 25th to June 1st, southern Italy, in a beautiful town, affordable, and the location is super pretty. You can show photos as well. I don't think I was supposed to say that last. Yeah, we're not showing photos because I'm technically not so good. It's Apulia. I don't know what that is. Pizza? Yeah. I'll come to Italy and order pizza with pineapple without cheese and break my spaghetti. I feel like I'm probably already blacklisted from Italian tournaments. I have genuinely only played in Italy once. which is quite shocking. Maybe they did ban me and I didn't know. I just... Illiterate. That was the word I was trying to find. Thank you, Bisa. Silento? I don't know how to pronounce it. Salento. Salento. Not to be mistaken with cilantro. Salento. Hope Hammer's gonna host us watching it. I can already say that it's not gonna happen. Because those dates coincide with the Norway chess tournament. Sorry. Salento is my home place. Let's go. I guess you should go check out the chess tournament then. As famous. I thought Andrea wasn't doing the last round. I mean, that's what I was told. Well, I wasn't technically told it, but that was what the commands on the Twitch chat said. And if we can't trust exclamation point tournament anymore, I don't know if life is worth living. Oh, the kid actually found King E7. That's a good move. Well done. Turns out the threat against this pawn was a bit of a trick more than anything. And he figured out that it wasn't necessary to protect it. Good on him. But Andrea is still better here. Why does Dena always look at Andrea's board more than her own? I mean, I don't know. Maybe every piece is getting traded off in her game. Maybe she's just, you know, a big fan. Salento is a region, not a town. Oh, is it? I don't know that. Are there any big chess tournaments in Belgium? There used to be this really big, well, it still exists, but it's not as popular. There's this really big tournament in the north of France. And in order to get there, I would always fly via Brussels, and then we would take the bus from Brussels. Dunkirk, I think the town is called. But no, Belgium and chess, it's not really a big thing, match. There's this really talented Belgian kid nowadays. Daniel Darda. He's like 16 and already a grandmaster. But before that, Belgium had just nothing for a couple of decades. Andrea played f4. That was a good move. All part of the plan. I did say earlier that if Andrea manages to get all her pawns defending each other, she's going to have a good position. And that's what's happening right now. She's going to have a good position, everyone. I'm cautiously optimistic. Hammer, I sent you what to read. I made a joke. I pretended that I was just reading something. Wow, now she actually gave me instructions. I was just joking. I previously I wasn't told. I included that other thing as a joke. What was it? Show pictures. I was just trying to be funny. And now I'm actually being told, here's precisely what you read, and you have to show pictures. Oh God, I don't know how to show pictures. Save image. Trying not to get Alexandra angry with me. And same, but only with a 2 after. Because that's the second picture. That goes straight into my Botez folder. Okay, now I have to try to get this up on stream. Picture. Salento number 1. Let's see. Botez folder. Cattedrali Gallipoli. And then we have Salento number 2. Oh God, that's a big one. Okay. This time, not as a joke, and completely seriously, I will now read. Let's not. So we want to have Andreas's face, the chess.com logo, the beautiful pictures, and a picture of me. Maybe we can drop the picture of me. I guess you guys want reaction shots. Okay. As instructed by my paying employer, I'm not paying them to be on stream. That would be silly. I can't stop leaking. The Botez system. The Botez sisters are going to play a tournament May 25th to June 1st in Salento, Italy. It's near the beach and a very beautiful location. They want to help the organizer spread the word. And look at these pictures. What an incredible church. The very famous, whatever I said it was called. Cattedrale Gallipoli. And the hotel with these incredible sand beaches. And in case the beach will not work, there's also the pool at the hotel. What a beautiful scenery. And everyone is welcome to Salento, May 25th to June 1st. Did you get a free holiday? I wish I did now. I didn't know that was negotiable. They play chess there. That's the ironic thing of having chess tournaments in these beautiful locations. You go there and, well, I mean, I guess other people have better priorities than me, but the number of times I've been at like these incredible Greek resorts or like Turkish resorts and ended up not once going to the pool because I'm a serious chess player trying to win some games. Ugh. That was my life for quite a few years. Never went to the pool. I hope you guys are smarter about it. What's the eval? Andrea is slightly better. And she won a similar endgame in the previous round, which will give her confidence. She knows she can win the endgames. No way she's playing another kid? In what universe? Oh, actually, from this angle, he does look somewhat kiddish. But this guy is Andrea's age. I'm here. I'm just frustrated. Did you get fired alive? No. My computer is having the hiccups and it's randomly shutting down. And it's pissing me off. No sound? Really? Okay, did something happen while I was gone? Nothing happened. A classic game of chess. Isn't it exciting? Italians got word of the pineapple no cheese pizza and hacked Hammer's computer. I wouldn't put it past them. Now he's running out of time. Well, I mean, we'd rather have the opponent running out of time than Andrea. So we're fine about that. He's down to 28, I want to say. Andrea is on 32. Plenty of time for both players. But I'm wondering, has anyone figured out whether Andrea will cross 2,000 with a win here. With a win here. I don't think so, but it's better not to tell her. Oh God. Were the kids low rated yesterday? If she does finish with 2 wins to end the tournament, that would be really good for motivation though. And also it would create some good content back in Los Angeles with the rematch arc. The grudge match continues. I'd push pawn to a5. Not a bad move, but Andrea is about to move her knight into the c5 square, where it will attack both the rook and the pawn on b7. So if Andrea can just get this knight over to the other side, that would be huge for her. Which is now kind of making me think maybe black should play pawn to f5. Pawn to f5 would stop the knight from getting to the e4 square. Ooh. But if pawn to f5, computer says rook to d6 is an incredible move. The idea being that after takes, if the rook takes, then pawn double attack. And if the king takes, then the knight can do a double attack here as well. Very nice. Okay, none of that happens though. We have a trade of 4 rooks just taken off the board in an instant. But now knight takes pawn is a big threat and a very real threat. The pawn moves up to push the knight into the center. Knight c8. So Noah Daniels here, prioritizing moving his knight to a passive square in order to prevent Andrea from getting her knight into the d6 square. And I sympathize, I really do. But now computer says pawn to c5 is winning? Well, computer says pawn to c5 is a little bit better for white, but then it goes into a pawn endgame. And pawn endgames are either drawn or winning. There's no in between. So pawn to c5. The idea is to try and get the knight into d6 anyway. And if the knight comes here, it attacks both the knight and the pawn. And after b6, knight to d6, like either you trade the knights or you have to move your king over to protect. But then if you move your king over, this pawn is undefended. So what happens if you make the trade? Andrea can take back with either pawn, and she will have a protected passed pawn close to becoming a new queen. You would think this is winning for white. Even though you have the same amount of pawns, the fact that you have this guy 2 steps away from becoming a new queen, like surely it's gotta be winning. I'm gonna increase the settings. Maximum depth. Unlimited. We're gonna have the computer figure out the truth of this endgame. because we are potentially one move away from Andrea just winning this game. She could create a 5-pawn chain instant win. Would be cool. The famous 5 in a row. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but the computer isn't figuring out anything. We may have to just continue moving forward. Computer wants pawn to g5? That looks terrible. Pawn to g4? Because now I can't get over here. Trying to block us off. Yeah, actually this is a draw. We can't get past the barrier that black has constructed. Chess is tough. Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's not winning, but it looks kind of promising. And Andrea has played c5. She played it. I guess you guys maybe saw that she played it earlier, and I'm not paying attention. But 2 minutes after it happened? I mean, I thought that was a difficult move. I was trying to figure it out for myself. But apparently it wasn't difficult to Andrea, who might get her second endgame win in a row. Instant turn commentary? I try my best. Sometimes I fail. On a 2-minute delay, it's a 2-minute fair play delay. So, as long as it's for fair play reasons, it's okay. I still don't understand the pawn endgame though. But I have absolutely no faith in Noah holding it to a draw. I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm just saying I don't think Noah has what it takes. King d7 has been played. Andrea now is going to go knight d6. She's going to attack this pawn. She's going to attack this pawn. And Noah is going to have to give up one of them. I don't think he's going to dare capture this knight. I don't think he's going to dare having this situation with a protected passed pawn so far into black's camp. So instead, I think he's going to go knight e7. I think that's why he moved his king, to give his knight a way to get into the game. And then Andrea can take a pawn. And then after knight d5 attacks the pawn, you actually do get this knight making a double attack against Andrea's pawn and king. And somehow that black knight actually managed to be super annoying. All of this great positioning brought to you by the awesome opening known as the London. London doesn't need more publicity. It's already got plenty. He just moved, dude? Did I miss another move? No, Andrea is still thinking about this one. Should she move the king before snapping a pawn? Curtsy! You're onto something very clever there. After knight d6 and knight to e7, Andrea doesn't need to capture one of these pawns immediately because they're both still going to be under attack on the next move instead. So she can do something like king to d2, and then knight d5 attacks the pawn, g3 protects, but now there's no knight double attack to win the pawn on a2, and we're still going to win a pawn because we can always choose between whether we want to go to the left or to the right. So with a bit more patience here, white wins this position very, very handily. We didn't need to let the black knight come in and grab one of our pawns like I did in the first variation. Is that rapport on the next board? I don't know. Maybe I'm just so tired right now, but I actually thought that was a funny comment. Oh man, I think I'm just way too tired. No, that's not Rapport, the great Hungarian chess player with the amazing hair. That is Dena Belenkaya, also with amazing hair, but otherwise not the same. What's more tiring, commentating or playing? That is a very easy answer. Playing is way, way, way more tiring than doing commentary. If I feel like taking a break and just putting my brain on pause, I can do that here. You guys will chat amongst yourself. You will laugh at me being unorthodox. Whatever. There's absolutely no pressure to do anything. And when you're playing, every move, you're so scared of making the big mistake that's gonna expose you as a chess fraud, and you're gonna lose to 8-year-olds and whatnot. It's definitely more tiring to play, which is why I'm kind of choosing not to play as much anymore, because I got the cushy commentary gig. Wasn't Alexandra just pressuring you? Yeah, but still. Can you reset the board? Okay. I don't know why Andrea is spending time here. I feel like when you went c5 was the big decision. Now that you did this, you kind of committed yourself into going knight d6 next. In my opinion. Is she winning? Maybe. Still a bit unclear. Okay, let me showcase you. Let me show one variation which kind of shows how, well, both difficult chess can be, but also kind of like how beautiful chess can be. So if we have a situation like this one, here, what will happen is that Andrea will put her opponent in Zugzwang. She will force the black king to move over here because the king always needs to keep protection of the c6 pawn. And when the king moves over, Andrea can go... Oh, actually, she can't do that. Okay, it was not as easy as I thought it was, but okay, the same concept that I was trying to get at still applies. So when Andrea gets her king over here, forces the opponent back to defend, the opponent just has to shuffle back here to stay close to this pawn. Then Andrea can do the breakthrough tactic, f5. Now, there's many different ways of responding. If the pawn captures the g pawn, then we go f6. And when that one is captured, then we got a free line here for this pawn to go and promote. If this pawn is captured, then we go pawn to g6, attacking this one. And then there's a clear path in the middle for the e pawn. And finally, if black just ignores this whole situation and moves the king, then we have pawn to f6 again, attacking this one. And when that one is captured, we go and promote on the edge. So this is the kind of endgame that could be the reason for Andrea to win this sort of position. But it's not very easy. That was a very tricky way of winning. But sometimes tricky is what you need to do. Playing king d2 gives her insight into what he's thinking. It forces him to reveal what his plans are, and there's no rush with the knight to d6. That's well reasoned, sir. Are you sure you should be on Twitch? When was this account created? I feel like you should be publishing some papers or something, sir. I'm not sure Twitch is the place for you with that reasonable assessment. What about the rest of you? I mean, you guys seem like you know what you're doing. You know the job of the Twitch chatter to perfection. Where would you put the white king? Now, I mean, having played c5, I would probably go knight d6. I would go here. I would expect him to capture. And I would kind of just assume that I'm going to win this somehow. Because I have a freaking protected passed pawn 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. If this is not winning, then chess is dead game. It actually does look like it's not winning. But that's like how are we supposed to respect a game where a protected passed pawn on the 6th rank in a pawn end game is not winning? It's uninstall. The classic uninstall scenario. Needs a DLC? Yeah. She did the move? Yeah, I know. I actually caught it this time. Literally the position I have on the board. The good thing about this, it also gives a really, really difficult decision for Noah. Like, he can take this knight, and he's going to be like, sure, I can take it. And then probably I'm going to lose. There is some sort of a miracle I might survive. But, like, what are the odds? Actually, maybe the odds are quite good. If you take with this pawn, then after f5, is it just an instant blockade? The problem is we can't try and get the king up here because then this pawn just promotes. Hand offered? Yeah, I this is just a draw if he takes. Wait, he played b6 and Andrea took on c. Wait, what? Did she not think about... Could we not take this pawn? Why are we trading... What? I mean, even like king here, pawn takes here. Worst case, you go back and you still have a solid advantage in the knight endgame. Not to mention that maybe here you go for the king and pawn endgame, because here you have the superior pawn structure, the superior king placement. Yeah, this was really bad time management by Andrea. I think she played a really, really, really good game up to here. And then she just spent no time on the biggest decision of the entire game. Wow. Computer is actually recommending pawn a6 here. What is going on? apparently b4 is a very important move here. And this is just a draw, no? Oh, apparently this is winning? Why are pawn endgames so difficult? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's winning. You just swung your way through white's defenses, black's defenses. Okay, Andrea went king d2 instead. So the problem of this move is that it allows black to go c5 at a moment which kind of gives black the access to the c6 square. But Andrea can still use the Zugzwang idea. Andrea is still fighting for the win here. Because if king c6, then after a4, if black's king moves back, Andrea moves forward and she wins. Okay, maybe what Andrea did was clever. It wasn't the most obvious thing. I'm still really not liking the fact that she made her decision so quickly. But black is definitely still struggling here. And the fact that Andrea managed to trade off a couple of pawns means that it's now much more clear how she's going to try to invade with her king. Previously, we saw a lot of endgames where the position was just completely blocked and there was no way for the white king to get involved. But now we're actually seeing we're seeing how it's going to open up one of these squares for the white king to try and get involved. King b7. Yeah, I guess that's fine. But now just move the king up to c4 makes a lot of sense. Apparently king a5 is good. I don't entirely get it. I guess you can go c5 later? I don't know what's going on right now. Pawn endgames are so tricky. We have the same amount of pawns for both players. And it's like one little tiny mistake and you're going to lose the game. How are we doing on time? 15 versus 19, is that? I still don't really like... I definitely don't like the fact that she took on c8 pretty much without thinking. But she's played a good game so far. And she's very close, I think, to winning. Maybe now she can go b4. Okay, apparently this is just fine for black. Which I guess makes sense. King c3. Yeah, king c3 I like. it feels really natural to me to go h5. So very often when you have these kind of situations, when it's about how many spare moves do you have with your pawns, you might think that moving one of your pawns, losing one of your spare moves is going to be a bad idea. But at the same time, you're preventing one of white's spare pawn moves. So very often the strategy is to get one pawn as far up as possible, and then you start moving the other pawns. So to me, h5 feels like a very natural way of continuing. And then the computer says that white has a small advantage, which is so hilarious because either this is winning or it's a draw. There's no middle ground. And while that is true for all chess positions, it feels a bit more relevant in an endgame like this one, where there's like, I don't know how to explain it well, but like either you win or it's a draw. There's no, you can't really have a small advantage in a very one or another kind of situation. Andrea's playing at 97.9. Imagine what her score would be if she didn't take on c8. She's played a very good game. And she's got to feel more confident about her endgames. Considering how she won that endgame in the previous round, in the morning round. And now she might take down this kid in a pawn endgame. Super complicated, by the way, pawn endgame. And like there are some moves here for black that just loses instantly. Pawn to g5 is just GG's. Takes, pawn h3. Pawn h3 is very important. But this is just over. If you go pawn to g3 intending to create a passed pawn, then pawn to g4. And you can't get passed without an en passant. But if you go h3 first, then g3, then h4, you create the passer. Oh God. Oh, apparently this is winning for black because the king got through the center and back in time. Man, chess is not easy, huh? So after c5, the winning move is king c4. And then a4 to prevent b5. And then you go g3, h4, and you win. But yeah, of course, g5 is never going to happen, but it's useful to keep in mind some of these ideas. And just to emphasize the point, Andrea is very close to just winning here. Also, another move to consider, pawn to f5, also wins for Andrea. Takes, takes, and then g4. And she will be able to create a passed pawn through the g file. The black king will try to run over to try and stop this guy. But that's when we launch the guy on the other side. Something like this. And while this king is running over here to stop this, we have a pawn coming up here. And so we force the king to go over here. And then we make the breakthrough on the other side. And the king is unable to stop the pawns on both sides of the board. So, to recap, moving this pawn loses for black. Moving this pawn loses for black. But somehow Noah has managed to find the best plan for black, which was to move the king along the edge of the board and forward. Really, really impressive defensive display so far. And apparently now it's a draw. I'm not convinced black is going to manage to make a draw. But computer says with best play. What does the engine say for white? Engine says plus 0.26. I don't really know what useful intel we can gather from that. Engine on higher depth is giving white a 0.6 advantage. And explain to me how a 0.6 advantage would manifest itself in a pawn endgame. Either you get a new queen or you don't get a new queen. I guess there are certain instances in which the best possible play from both players lead to both players getting a new queen. And then I suppose a 0.9 valuation is possible. So basically, what you guys with the computers, the chess engines running, are saying is that with best play, both players are getting a new queen and Andrea is winning a pawn? Is that what we're looking at? Because if that is true, that would be wild. Okay, King C4 has been played. Is it normal in chess tournaments to look at people the way Dena does? I can assure you Dena is special. But if you had the intimidating stare of Dena Belenkaya, would you not use it to your advantage? So what's brilliant about this King A5 move? So at this point, if black had played something like h5, then Andrea would have this move b4. Why is this so clever? Well, because you can create some kind of distraction over on this side of the board, give black this pawn on the side, knowing that your king is going to both block this king from coming forward while simultaneously capturing this black pawn and then going after the rest. And to do a quick recap of how the engines feel about this, we can see that, yeah, white is well ahead of the black pawn. The black pawn not even reaching 2 steps away, 1 step away from becoming a new queen. So, unfortunately, that's not going to happen because Noah already played King A5. And what's clever about that is now Andrea cannot play pawn to b4 anymore because that would allow the king to continue forward along the edge of the board. In fact, this is even winning for black because there's no way for Andrea to keep this pawn on a2 protected. But what if Andrea does a waiting move with this pawn, another waiting move, yeah, this is really tricky stuff. I don't like that Andrea played pawn to a4. So very often in these pawn endgames, what you need to do is move your pawn at like a snail's pace so that your opponent runs out of pawn moves themselves, which in turn will lead to them having to move something other than pawns, which is kings. So here, after king to a6, Andrea would be close to winning after pawn b4. And Andrea would succeed in gradually moving her pawns up the side of the board, creating a very unpleasant situation for black to deal with. However, there's plenty of pawn moves left at black's disposal, which is why Andrea made a big mistake now playing her pawn 2 steps forward, because she would rather only play 1 step forward. And we would have this kind of cat and mouse game where both players are trying to only do like little tiny pawn moves, because once the other player runs out, they're going to have to move the king. So here, one example of that would be pawn b4 check. Now king up doesn't work because then we capture the pawn and try and get a new queen. So here, trade, trade. And if now the king moves forward, Andrea wins the game after pawn to h4. Black has no more pawn moves. Well, you have 1 pawn move, but now black has no more pawn moves. You got to move the king. But once you move the king, you give away control of an important square that Andrea can immediately pounce on. So one of the key to such endgames is, in order to force the black king to step back, you have to make black run out of pawn moves. And now it's not clear whether Andrea will succeed in that. Although it's not over just yet. So c5, I guess, maybe? No. H5 has been played. And now Andrea will play G3. So Andrea will try to use the maximum amount of moves with her pawns. She's not going to go H4 immediately, because then she could have gone H3 and then H4. The problem is you can't go H3 here, because then H4, and actually here black is suddenly the one close to winning. Because now white has no extra pawn moves, while black has one pawn move in the bank, which you can use at an opportune moment to get the white king to retreat. That's why Andrea now should go G3. And then Andrea has H3, G4, and G5 in the bank. Okay, good move, good move. G3 played. What's the time situation? There's a king blocking Andrea's number. We cannot see how much time Andrea has left because the black king is blocking our view. We do know that Daniel's is at 9 minutes. She's at 8? Okay, I guess I trust you guys. Oh, you can see it on a different camera. That's that's funny. This is a really, I mean, I cannot emphasize enough how tricky this position is. And these players now have to navigate it with only 8 minutes left on their clocks. They're only getting 10 seconds extra per move that's being made. So this is it. Someone's going to make a big mistake. I don't think this is going to end in a draw. Right now, computer says draw, 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 draw. But there's too much tension going on. I believe one of the players will make a big mistake and lose this game. Will it be Andrea of BotezLive? Or will it be Noah of Coffee Chess? He's going to move the pawn on the right. Let's see if we can find any moves that lose. Pawn to g6 being suggested. If Andrea then goes king back, this is not losing for her. I kind of thought it was. This kind of situation, I would be scared if I'm Andrea. I would be very nervous here that the black king is more active and that black can win this kind of endgame. For instance, if you go here and if you just continue running towards your own pawns, the black king can try and come in here. Okay, computer's saying it's a draw, but I would be very nervous. So if I'm Andrea, don't move the king back. After g6, we want to go h3. h3 is pretty obvious. And then c5 is pretty obvious. g4, pretty obvious. h4, pretty obvious, because if you hear trade, then trade. Now the black king has to retreat. Whereas here the black king would have to retreat, with white still having one extra move with a pawn in the future. Whereas if you go to h4, then white has to play g5 to force the black king to retreat. But now white doesn't have that extra move over on that other side to create another situation where black's king would need to retreat. Very, very fancy stuff. Okay, g6 has been played. Andrea's going to play h3 pretty quickly. I like this pawn endgame. I mean, that's a valid statement if you're trying to get better at chess. But if you're kind of liking the torture these players are being exposed to right now, then that's kind of rude. Because this is a nightmare to have with so little time on the clock. Pawn endgames need to be calculated super accurately, and they just don't have the time to calculate right now. They're just going to have to trust their endgame instincts. What are their times at? Well, I can't see Andrea's clock because the king is blocking. But Noah's time is at 5 minutes. Noah plays c5. Good move. He's playing good moves. Unfortunately. Andrea's time management this game has been a huge improvement. I disagree. I thought it was very good for a very long time. And then she played knight takes knight without thinking. She made one of the most critical. So time management is much more than how much time you spend. It's just as much about spending the time in the right moments. And there was one decision she made super quickly that was incredibly committal, and she had lots of interesting different choices. I'm honestly not saying what she did was wrong, because that was also good for her. But it's about that you should have spent time. How much time did the match take? So far, they've been playing for 3 hours and 22 minutes. Andrea has played g4. The good move now for black is to play pawn to h4. It's very clever. It kind of saves a move compared to making the trade. Because here, white still has a pawn move in reserve. Whereas if you move the pawn forward, white has to move the pawn forward in order to force the king back. And here, white has no pawn move in reserve. Wow, he finds it. Good play. Now, Andrea needs to go pawn to g5. Otherwise, she's going to be in trouble. She finds that? I think so, Sully. I think she'll find it. She only has 4 legal moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Almost. But how I like to say is that a chess player only needs 2 different moves to be able to spend half an hour on a decision. She finds the move she needed to find. Pawn to g5. If she hadn't played this, she would have been in trouble. But now black has only 1, 2, 3, 4 moves. And 2 of them are just losing this pawn instantly. He has to retreat, and he does. Now Andrea can move up her pawn. Try and force black back. After pawn up, takes, I was going to say, I think the only move for black to save himself is king a7. Because then after the king moves up, you get the opposition. If you don't know what the opposition is, I don't have time to teach you right now. Because the players are so low on time. Check on YouTube. But apparently, king back here is also a draw. But this seems risky. Because when the king comes up, black has to move the king. He cannot move any of his pawns. The king has to move. And that allows Andrea to try and flank attack. Ooh, but the flank attack is actually winning for black. Andrea tries to move in with her king in behind the black camp. But here, after pawn to b5, trade, both players rush with their kings towards the other side. And here, there's a mutual Zugzwang. Is that the word? No. Well, there's a thing where one move is winning for black and all the other moves are winning for white. King to f5 wins the game for black. Because then white needs to decide which pawn to attack, and whichever pawn white gets closer to, black is going to capture the white pawn on that same side. Whereas, if you capture one of the white pawns immediately, you're going to lose the game because then white captures the other one and gets a free path for a new queen. Hammer playing his own game. Humor me. Okay, Andrea's actually still thinking. Surely she's gonna go. I can't imagine she wouldn't go b4. She will miss king f5 in her calculations? No. She doesn't have enough time to make it that far. At this point, I think they only have to trust their instincts. But it doesn't really matter because the instinct is going to be to go king a7. And then it's just a draw with the opposition. I think. Okay, b4 has been played. Takes back. I suddenly realized after king a7, king b5, king b7, here Andrea has to be careful. Because if now she goes king b4, then king a6. And she's not going to be able to keep this square. If the king moves away, the king comes up, attacks this pawn, king goes back, pawn up. And now we race over to the other side. And the only reason Andrea is not losing here. Oh, I was going to say that Andrea can hide her king in the corner. I was going to say that this is a really cool way for the game to end in a stalemate. But actually, instead of capturing the pawn for the stalemate, black goes king f3. And now pawn up is the only legal move. You capture this one, you have to move again, but now when this one is captured, there's no more stalemate, and instead it becomes a race where the black pawn makes it first. So this was a really cute stalemate trick, but it actually backfired with this brilliant king to f3 move, forcing white to give up this pawn under less favorable circumstances, allowing black to capture the pawn and stopping the stalemate idea. Draw offered? Oh, it's a draw. Really? King b7. What happened? King b7? King c3? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. So notice how Andrea made sure not to move her king to the c4 square. So she goes king c3 because when black tries to move up on the left side, she wants to be able to block with her king on b4. And when black moves up on the right side, she wants to be able to block with king c4. So she makes sure to always keep her king away from these two squares because she wants them available in case the black king moves up. Very instructive. In the end, draw, fair result, maybe. I feel like Andrea deserved something out of that game. I feel like she played a really good game and she was pushing throughout. And these pawn end games with as little time as they had on the clock are just impossible. There were definitely circumstances where Andrea could have lost the game as well. So it's important to kind of make sure that you don't over push and you get it in your head that I need to win. I got to do anything to win. And you don't want to lose your objectivity. Good night, creme brulee. Nice to see you over the board chess again. Yeah, make sure to say that to when Andrea is watching chat. These were some really interesting games. I'm really curious about how Andrea is going to feel about this game. Hammer, you need to pump up our girl. I did a bad job of that previously, didn't I? She needs a lot of positive reinforcement, which frankly, I'm not your go-to guy for. Hammer, do not lead with the knight trade. Yeah, I was kind of getting that. Yeah. Oh, and now she's going to want me to put her camera on stream without leaking chat.
Like I was chilling.
I'll hop on call with Hammer and then we'll interview you.
Wait,
It
interview?
takes him.
Oh wait,
well,
like
as in you can say hi to stream.
Do you do that with like all the players?
Huh?
Wait, like you did that with like all your players?
Yeah, I mean, well, you're like the only one who wasn't like an 8-year-old. So, and you do coffee chess, right? Yeah, I mean,
It's like casual though.
oh, hello, Hammer. Let's see.
Hey.
There's a lot of wires. I'll pull up a chair. Hello.
Hey.
Chat. Noah's here. He will join for our interview. I'm not very proud of that draw, but I
Why
don't think.
not?
Yeah, I almost won, but
Here, hold on. I'll let Hammer pull up the stream first. I don't see. Are we on? Oh, I can see it. Here, Noah, do you want to sit? All right. Noah's a coffee chess player, which is really funny because before the game he sat down and then Dena gave him a look and was like, "What are you doing here?"
she doesn't like me.
This is my coach Hammer. He's very biased and he's probably gonna roast you or roast me.
Oh, what's up, Coach Hammer?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm chilling.
What did you think about the game? Is that what you expected?
What do you mean?
I'm asking Noah. The draw.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
think
yeah,
there was
like,
any
nah,
chances
like-
at any point.
Yeah,
but
like I was trying to play exciting, but she did like a boring opening, so
it
like,
was
whatever.
all theory. I don't know if Hammer at any point I had a different line, but I'm trying to put it so I can see the
You
board.
played a great game, no?
Who, me or Noah? Or
I mean, it was a
both
game
of
for
us?
sure, but I don't know about a great game.
Wait, I don't know who he was complimenting. Hammer usually doesn't compliment me, so I'm guessing it was Noah.
I mean, who was the player who was putting pressure and almost
Okay,
winning?
so
Whoa.
so I was better, is what you're saying.
Of
No,
course
like-
you were.
Okay, good. Okay, we don't get
Wait, at the
compliments
end,
very
like
often.
she was the one that offered me a draw, though.
Well, the end was a dead draw. I think opening wise, but I don't think I had any chances. I don't know if there's anything worse in the game. The board's right here. I'll just put it like this. You can see here. It's a little scuffed, but.
But the c5 moment was interesting, right? And I actually missed you playing c5 because I thought it was such a big decision to make and I thought you needed to spend more time on it. But you played
Yeah.
c5 pretty quickly, and with the knight coming into d6, that's big for you. Like this was looking really good, I thought.
Yeah, I don't know if there was like any better way to go to the win, but I feel like I don't know if I messed up with the tempo at the end, but this was all forced. This was all very natural.
Knight D6.
Sure. But I guess my question is, you captured the knight on c8 very quickly.
Oh, yeah, I assumed that Endgame was winning for me. I thought I was really confident here, and then after he offered a draw, and then I very confidently said, I'm going for the win, and I was really sure that I had a win, because I thought I would get an outside pass pawn with the a4 pawn, which I calculated, like, what we ended up playing, but I just completely missed that king h5 idea, and then I really thought I was going to get an outside pass pawn, and I was going to win.
Yeah, I
I thought
mean,
that
it was very, very close. In fact, for black, the easiest way to make a draw was actually to capture the knight on d6. But what human player would ever play in such a fashion, right?
Yeah, that's facts.
So
Well,
like,
okay,
so
but even
apparently
after
this is some kind of weird just blockading draw, because
Oh,
you're never
right.
really getting through. But it looks absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah, no, but like, so I can't take the knight, or she gets like a pass pawn.
Yeah. Well, maybe you can, even so, because there are so many pawns on the board, which is blocking the entry points for White's king. Because what happened in the game, you are correct, Andrea, that you were very, very close to a win here.
Yeah.
And like even what you did, I thought knight takes c8, I wasn't such a fan of, but even then, the way you followed it up, you're so close to getting what you wanted, and pawn to b4 here would have been very interesting.
Yeah.
You're trying to create the outside pass pawn, like you said, so
Yeah.
black kind of has to go b5, or so you would think.
Yeah, but like, how about like king b7,
Well,
king a6?
what do you do after b5 here?
So
B5?
after
No, for white. Oh, this is why I didn't push b4 because I thought like automatically there's. Well, I guess you
I
just
thought
bring your
b5
king.
gets weak though. I don't know.
So the way you're kind of trying to play this, Andrea, is that you move your king up towards the c5 square, and it becomes this really fascinating struggle for tempos, right? Where black is controlling the c5 square for now, But if black runs out of pawn moves, then you will be able to move forward.
Yeah, this was
However,
in like the thing.
you're not, you need to have 2 pawn moves left over, right? Because
Yeah,
when
yeah.
black retreats, he's going to go king b7, king c5, king c7. But there are some variations where you manage to do what you want to do. Like here, for instance, h5 takes, and then you have 1 pawn move here, forcing him back to begin with, and then you have this other pawn move on the a file, forcing him away in this instance, and then you do manage to get somehow your king through this very narrow pathway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
my brain didn't go that far. I tried to calculate like what happened. I guess in the end I needed to do more end games. But okay,
Wait,
I'm not too upset.
yeah,
It wasn't a
it was
clear
good.
win.
No, absolutely not. And I don't
Okay.
think once again, I do think like you're putting your end games down a little. Like this isn't
Yeah.
something you can calculate. I can't calculate all of this. It's just
Yeah.
about kind of trusting your instincts, right? And
Yeah.
pawn to b4, obviously you considered this, right? Because you said you wanted to
I
create
considered
the
pawn
outside.
a4. I thought, well, I was afraid that if I didn't even consider the plan with the king coming to c5. I thought just pawn a4 right away, trying to prevent b5. But I didn't like this, so that's why I didn't play it.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that was really tough. Well, okay, that's not too bad. I at least I didn't throw a win. I thought there was maybe like if I would have done the tempos differently at the end, maybe there was like a clear win. But I'm not too upset about that
No.
because I don't think there's any way in hell I would have like ever seen like a better plan. Like I saw the plan of the king coming to a6 and my king coming to c4, and then us having to trade pawns, and then I assumed that like maybe I would break through on the king side. But
One thing I will say, Andrea, is that I think your a4 move was quite a instructive mistake.
yeah.
Because you're spending 2 pawn moves. So pawn moves are
Yeah.
the only currency you have in order to get him to push back, right?
No,
So
yeah. So
by
H6,
playing
H3.
a4, you're wasting one of your pawn moves.
Yeah, for some reason I thought that if black got a hold of the b5 square, I thought then like my chance to win was completely over. So I thought I had to push twice here. But yeah, that was really I had it like and intuitively I know that you're not supposed to go 2 squares, you're supposed to take the tempo if you can. But for some reason I thought if black gets I don't know, I don't even really know even what I was afraid of pushing the b5 pawn, then I wouldn't have anything. Oh, there's our accuracy.
Oh, nice.
Well, that's a GM level game, you could
Yeah.
say.
97.6
Almost.
is crazy. Wait, so that means I played better than you since I was black?
Wait, how did he play more accurately?
Because I'm just an accurate player.
He,
Nah, but
you
Got it.
defended very well, Noah. This plan
I
of moving
thought
the
no
king
one-
up on
no
the
one-
corner, if you
I
don't,
didn't play
if
like a 2000. I thought
Yeah.
your opening was. I thought like maybe for the last game, you know, your coffee chess player would have given us like some exciting openings, but I guess Noah played more accurate.
well, also
Well,
you did play the London.
The Joe Bava, and it's worked every game almost.
what's your ball?
The Joe Bava with knight
Oh, yeah,
c3.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, Hammer loves the London. Did you like the Joe Bava, Hammer?
I'd prefer not to answer this question.
I was proud of it. Chat said I played the Jabava better than any GM could.
Noah literally wasted a full move in the opening playing queen c7, and you still had no chance of getting an advantage.
And that means I played it like a GM still.
I thought Queen C7 is good.
No, it was. I mean,
It's
Nah,
fine.
I mean, I felt like I
Because she
could've-
played
there
the
was no way I
London.
could've capitalized. Huh?
Yeah, it's fine because you played the London. When
Yeah,
you play
well-
not that dangerous of an opening, there are several ways for the opponent to be fine.
All right. Well, do you have any questions for Coach Hammer, Noah? Any questions for chat? Were you? I asked Noah if he was nervous. I thought he had a lot of jitters before the game.
Yeah,
But-
but like it was just like it's just in general, like it's just chess. Like chess gives me the jitters.
I wasn't nervous. I was ready to win,
Really.
but I didn't get the win. But I fought.
Yeah. At least you didn't lose.
Yeah, I'll probably not pass through that. I wanted to steal your points. He comes to the game, he goes,
I'm so washed. Nah. That's
when he was
crazy.
sitting down, he's like, is this for real or is this for content? I'm like, this is a rated game, sir. Like, I'm here to take your juicy elo. but I'll probably not pass 2,000 anyways. Sadly.
I
Can you
was
feel
really
that?
hoping you were gonna win, and then there was gonna be a whole rematch arc in
Oh.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, we might film some Blitz games. We'll see. We'll see what Alex is doing. My brain's pretty fried. I'm upset that I'll probably lose rating, but you know, we recovered as much as we could today.
I think your endgames were really good. I really thought this endgame had some clear connection with the one you had this morning.
I appreciate it.
In
chat.
terms of like having more space and having the better
Yeah.
placed king.
Yeah,
And,
no, I mean, yeah.
like you have a serious advantage here. Maybe it's a draw objectively, but in practical play, this is really difficult.
Plus 11 could have farmed Noah for points. Yeah, no, I thought I had a really good position, and I think the main mistake was going A3 instead of A4. But otherwise than that, I didn't really have any other ideas. So, which that one I knew, but that's better because I really thought I've been throwing like all the end games in this tournament. So I mean, I probably still need to work on my end games, but we'll take it.
Yep.
Endgame work is always good. But I feel like we've had this conversation before, Andrea, that sometimes you kind of put your own abilities down, which in turn means that you kind of have less confidence in that area of the game. And based on the way you're kind of outplaying people, especially in kind of like the middle game into the end game, I don't see how you should be like, yeah.
Well, that is the best compliment we will get from Hammer, so we'll take it. Well, chat, I hope you guys, we got 3 out of 6 total. No, how many points did you end with?
Like 3.5.
3.5. Yeah, nice.
That's terrible.
Well, the kids were strong. I mean,
yeah,
I think...
like the kids were like really like underrated. I feel like because they're like good.
Yeah, no, the kids were insane.
And like they're all booked up too.
Yeah, they've been just studying chess for years. But well, I hope you guys enjoyed watching the journey. I don't know if we have any questions, any interview questions from this game. But maybe we'll raid Dena, see if her game's still going. Maybe we'll film some Blitz. We'll see how we're doing. But I'm glad I didn't rage quit. I was really close. Oh, an 8-year-old beat Alex. Was it on stream? Wait, was it in the Blitz tournament? Wait, how did Alex do in the Blitz? 4 out of 6. That's... Oh wow, that's awesome. She shared the top female result. That's pretty good. She shared it first female result with Dena. Asked her to grade in the Blitz, but don't ask her about the Blitz bounty result. Oh, Safer, we can get the raid going. Well, chat, the tournaments will continue. Obviously we'll be streaming when we're at home. The next one will probably be like European tournaments because I don't think I want to play with underrated American kids anymore. Noah, do you have any upcoming tournaments? You're here in North Carolina.
Yeah, like I'm gonna go into retirement soon, so.
Was this your first tournament in a long time?
Yeah. But like I feel like next tournament, like hopefully I can like do like maybe like a half point better. We'll see. Yeah,
well, you almost donated to the ELO fund, but well, chat, Hammer, thank you for the commentary. I don't know how Dena's doing, but we're gonna send the raid, everyone. Last game, send her some support. Thank you guys for watching and being part of the journey. We shall continue the tournaments. We'll be back in LA streaming in a couple days. But you know what? We survived. We survived the storm of kids, so I'll take it.
You done?
Hammer. Yeah, that's the end of my speech.
Okay. Should I stop the stream?
We'll wait till the raid goes over.
Okay. We'll just sit here in awkward silence.
Well, I wonder what my ELO is gonna be. If it's gonna be under 1995, it's gonna be really sad. Okay, chat. We'll be live in a couple days. I'm gonna be in the 80s.